I want to welcome everybody to this demonstration. Why is Naziah Harris family mad at the content creators? Before we get started, let me knock out my copyright disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, scholarship, and research. What that means is that everything that you hear in this demonstration is for entertainment and educational purposes only. Salute to the replay gang. Salute to the chat. Salute to my moderators. I appreciate everybody for pulling up. Now, let's just jump straight into this demonstration. Why is certain, let me just say certain, why are certain family members mad at the content creators, right? Now, Mark D from 7 Miles Radio, he was the first content creator that blew this story up. Then myself, along with the other content creators, came along. Now, the work that Mark D put in a lot of work getting this case to social media and getting the traffic that it needed. Shout out to Mark D. Me, along with the other content creators that came along, we was able to take it to another level. If it wasn't for the content creators on social media, I don't believe that the Naziah Harris case would be as big as it is. It's the content creators that talk about Naziah Harris every day. The news don't. And it's no disrespect to the news, because the news, they got a lot of cases that they have to, a lot of stories that they have to keep up with, and a lot of stories that they had to get out there. So it's no disrespect to the news. But us content creators, we took to heart, we look at Naziah Harris as if she's our child, you know, as if she's our loved one. So now you got family members. Miss Annette and Shannon, they are suspects amongst the content creators and subscribers. We all feel like Miss Annette and Shannon played a role in it, right? Then you got the two family members, Kiwana and Janelle, that made the CPS report. Then you got Roxy and Roxy's mother, Kenya. They had boots on the ground. Well, Roxy does. Roxy, you know, and for me, I've never taken anything from Janelle, Kiwana, Kenya, or Roxy. I've always came on my platform and I've always gave them the utmost respect. Always. Now, lately, there has been an issue concerning Kiwana and Janelle. Now, I'm just going to call a spade, and I'm going to give everybody my observation, and y'all can disagree with me or agree. And I will drop the link. I always drop the link when I speak on anybody. Roxy, Kenya, Janelle, Kiwana, Shannon, Miss Annette, Marquita, y'all are more than welcome to join me on my panel. Or y'all are more than welcome to join me in my chat. If you disagree with me, that's fine. My moderators will not block you, and I will not block you. I'll let y'all get whatever it is that y'all need to get off. I'll let y'all get it off. Or if you don't feel free with joining me on the panel, If you don't feel free with joining me in the chat, join me in the replay game and let me know. But I do want to weigh in on this. Now, everything was fine when people was, speaking their mind about Miss Annette and Shannon. Let me get everybody to give Aggie a warm welcome. Aggie is new over here. Appreciate you for pulling up with us, Aggie. Can I get everybody to give Aggie a warm welcome? Everything was fine and dandy, right? When the attention was focused on Miss Annette and Shannon. Nobody ain't too much here from Kiwana and Janelle, right? And y'all reasons was investigators or law enforcement want y'all to stay off of social media. When all the attention was on Roxy and Kenya, no Kiwana or no Janelle. But as soon as people started focusing in on Kiwana and Janelle started hopping on panels and hopping in chats. If Kiwana and Janelle is listening, just answer that for me. Why, when no one was focused on you guys, why did y'all remain in the bushes? But as soon as content creators started to look at y'all sideways and call y'all out, then that's when y'all come out of the bushes. I'm just asking for myself, could it been that y'all was just trying to defend yourself? And that may have been the issue. Don't know. But it just seemed strange to me. Now all of a sudden, Kiwana and Janelle is coming out of the bushes. And I still have respect for y'all. I don't dislike y'all or none of that. I'm just trying to clear up some things.
We started covering this story back in February when Detroit Police took over the case from Detroit Public Schools Public Safety. This was not known. Nothing was known to the media until February 14th, Valentine's Day, when a massive search was underway. And then for months and months trying to find her, and then nothing.
The evidence shows overwhelmingly in this case that she is in fact deceased.
This is believed to be the last picture taken of 13-year-old Neziah Harris before she disappeared in Detroit on January 9th. Thursday, investigators announced homicide charges as well as criminal sexual conduct charges against 41-year-old Jarvis Butts, someone with a criminal record and someone known to Harris's family.
We suspected him from the beginning, considering his background.
And let's build off of that. Let me see what my chat's saying. Roxy said they suspected Jarvis from the very beginning because of his background. Tammy says, now I don't know who or what to believe. Tudor says that wig is horrible. Salute, New York City girl. Quita says they need to cut the BS and tell us where Neziah is. I'm tired of the whole family. If they love her like we do, they would do more and say more, period. I agree with you, Quita. Salute, Michelle. I agree with you. I had so much happiness in my heart when you told us about your hair. You go, okay, that's fine. Olivia says, that kills me because it's too late now, Roxy. My first time hearing them speaking was at Mocha's. Shout out to Mocha. I didn't know about all the behind scenes mess. What I heard with my own ears immediately let me know they were full of it. And I always say, don't throw stones if you live in a glass house. You know, like I said, it was okay when people was riding down on everybody but Kiwana and Janelle. How the hell you say you switch to the other side? Ain't no side but Naziah's. That's facts. Salute, Sabrina. Salute. So now Kiwana and Janelle comes out of the bushes. And see, when I interviewed Marquita, and you know, Marquita had a right to get some things off of her chest. They all got a right to get things off of their chest. As much as we feel a certain way about Shannon and Miss Annette and Shannon, they got some things to get off their chest. And we can't just bypass what they have to get off their chest. Oh, thank you, Jordan. My daughter can't get used to it, but I'm so happy. Let it grow. I think I might have missed your comment. I think I got it. So now we're finding out, Salute Coco says they need to stop the ish. They all knew about Jarvis. That's facts. And they even said they knew about Jarvis. They all knew about Jarvis. And that was my main question. That was my main concern. Salute Evelyn. Salute Capricorn, John. How was Jarvis able to operate all those years? Nobody knew Jarvis's background. Oh, they knew Jarvis's background. In my opinion, only thing for chess release what happened to Naziah. And I'm going to tell you why they knew. Salute, Michelle, April. What bothers me is how does these family members have the time for interviews, panels, and typing in the chats, but ain't out there looking for Naziah? Exactly. My thing is, if she's saying we suspecting him, how long did y'all have suspicions? And why y'all ain't try hard enough to get her out the situation? Exactly. Salute, Rare. Salute, Rare Joel. Salute, Sabrina. Shank. Because they knew when the closet got open, they skeletons would start pouring out. Facts. That's facts. Salute, Ray. Salute, Tracy. If they suspected Jarvis from the beginning, why didn't they stay on the police's net in them first 30 days? Exactly. Salute, Aisha. Aisha says, Shank, I'm hot with the funky asses tonight. Feel free to time me out if I go too far. These hoes got me 38 hot. Team Naziah. I'm going to tell everybody, handle y'all business. As long as y'all don't use profanity, y'all can speak whatever is on your chest. Y'all can speak whatever is on your mind. Get it off. Just no profanity. All right? Y'all can even disagree with Shank Rock. Just no profanity. But get whatever it is y'all need to get off your chest. Go hard in the paint. They knew Jarvis' background. Shannon said if the world gave him a chance, why shouldn't she? Salute, Lisa. Why is they funky asses coming for people that want to know where Naziah Harris is? We know for sure Shannon knew his background because he told her. That's fine. Exactly. So, salute, Yolanda. So for me, y'all, I just would like to get Janelle and Kiwana's perspective on things. That's all. They definitely knew his background. He told Shannon, and she chose to give him a chance since society had given him a chance. All of them are sad. I would like to hear what Kiwana and Janelle has to say.
And things like that we've heard about him.
Butts is being charged with homicide despite the fact that the teenager's body was never found. During Thursday's press conference, Wayne County prosecutor Kim Worthy revealing shocking evidence.
You look at that face and you do not see the horrors that she had gone through in her short life. The exploitation, the molestations, the sexual abuse, and the pregnancy that she was concealing. There's no evidence of anyone else being the father of that child other than the defendant himself, who we charged today. And he knew she was pregnant. We know that he was also searching for ways to abort the baby.
This is a story that has attracted a lot of attention. Detroit podcaster Mark DeAndre.
Even in March, when I was doing the podcast, I felt like I had this thing pretty much solved as far as, what came out today. I said this months ago as far as what the end result was.
Investigators say they have no plans to charge anyone else in this case.
I'm upset about that, and I would like to see charges being brought against those that knew, that were affiliated with him and knowing, and that allowed him to be around the children, knowing he wasn't supposed to be.
In a sad turn of events, Neziah Harris's father, Mervyn Jennings, passed away this summer.
Literally died of a broken heart. Unfortunately, he had congestive heart failure. He's already sick and got sicker going out looking for her.
We're going to go to Miss Parker's. We're going to react to Miss Parker. All right? We're going to react to Miss Parker. Sorry, but what could they possibly say that's not about them? When Neziah went missing, I wonder if Shannon immediately looked at Jarvis, being as though she knew he was a pedo, or did she fake the funk from jump and act like she just ran away? I think she faked the funk from jump. I think Shannon already knew. She need to sit down for real, like under the ground, sit down. Because here's my thing with Shannon. Even if Shannon didn't participate in it, Shannon should at least contacted Jarvis. Shannon should at least went up to that shop. What came out, y'all fill me in. She would have at least went up to that shop. The mere fact that Shannon didn't try to contact Neziah, that raised a red flag to me. That man reminds me of the frog from Princess and the Frog. How do you know that, Jawbone? You got the donkey of the day, Kim Worthless. This is the only way I found out about Neziah. I live only an hour away. Wow. Wow, Cheryl. Wow. But let me pull up Miss Parker's demonstration from about an hour ago. And let's react to Miss Parker's. Miss Parker is always bringing the heat.
Step into Wix Studio and handle every part of your build from one platform.
Salute.
Shout out to Miss Parker and the Riders. Give me 1 second, y'all. Give me 1 second. Let me take a quick commercial and I'll be right back.
Only allowed around, he was around me a handful of times. Now, which one is it? Either he wasn't allowed around you because she knew how you felt, or either he was around you a handful of times. It can't be both. I wasn't around Westside, but Westside was around me a handful of times. Come on, y'all, Riders.
And I ain't finna sit up and be arguing back and forth with these people. I put out my information. Hey, and that's just that. That's just that. You can't argue. You can't argue with a lie. You can't argue with the truth. So which one is it?
And Kobe show video with Tammy made the man anyway. You know what I'm saying? because you woke that back up because the cabinets. I'm not on a water diet. I don't fast and shit. I got so much motherfucking candy and shit under her bucket.
My bad, y'all. We gonna start with Miss Parker and Cold Piece. All right. Shout out to Cold Piece. Shout out to Cold Piece. We gonna start with Miss Parker and Cold Piece. My bad.
What you want? Cause as big as you are, I know you eat candy and cookies and shit too. I got everything. I got so much candy. What you want? I got beef jerkies. I might have a pack of cupcakes under here. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't want to go into all my stash. Cold peas. Sister, talk to me. What's going on?
Sorry, girl. I was having a hard time. But
you doing your thing. Let me do this first. Shout out to you, because you said that people are sleeping on cold peas, and I will say that. And I never, I don't, because I see you. Just know I see you, sister. And when you did that video with Tammy and Roxy, man, that one right there took me out.
Girl. So I got a part 2 that I got coming out. It was supposed to come out today, but YouTube messing with my video. So it might come out first thing in the morning. It's a part 2 to this. Because when I did that pre-recorded live, it's small. Like the pictures and stuff is small. So I did it to where everybody can see it. But long story short, Janelle, me and her is in my comments talking, and she's saying, like, I don't know where those pictures come from. I said, well, they came from Shannon's page. And it literally says that she was said that they wasn't at Disneyland. And I was like, it clearly says at Disney World. I literally cropped it to the point where y'all can see the dates and see where, how when you on Facebook, you can click like where you are. They all say Disney World, and they all June 19th to the 23rd. And she says that she don't know who that guy is in the she came first and said she don't know who the guy is in that picture, but then she said it could be one of her sons because she has 2. Now I pointed out her youngest son in the video with the white t-shirt on with the blue sleeves or whatever it is with the colorful shorts. Now I said, well, that's a grown man. And then that's when she said that could be her husband. She was like, I didn't pay for Shannon to go to Disneyland. I said, well, the way you put it in context, people would think you pay, because all you keep saying is you took them to Disney World. So now all of a sudden you didn't pay. She said Shannon paid for herself, which we know that's a lie. Shannon don't look like she can, not being, you know what I'm saying? Not being like that. But the way she came across this whole time is saying, and that's what I told her in the comments, is saying that you paid for them to go to Disney World. You keep saying I took them, her and her kids, to Disneyland. But now all of a sudden you didn't take them. Also, she said her and her husband paid for them and their kids to go. But all I see in the photos is her youngest son. But she's saying that could be her husband. I said, how could you not know who's in these pictures? She's saying she don't remember these pictures. But
you Cold Piece, come on, let's talk about it. Don't you remember events like that? Hell, I remember when we went to Disney. So me and Shank went to Disney in 2023. We seen Blue Ivy. She was on the ride with us. We seen Kobe Bryant's daughter. You know what I'm saying? My daughter got pictures with Kobe Bryant's daughter. It's on my, I think I shared it on my shorts, but I don't remember. But I remember everything about Disney.
But that's what I said. I said, when people go to places like this, they take pictures for memories. Why is that person's face the only one cropped out? Like, this is because Shannon wanted that memory, but she didn't want people to see who it was at the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you look at the photos, all the photos of all of them is likes, is hearts. But then when you go to them 2 specific photos, it's only, excuse me, it's only mad emojis because people knew who that was. And that whole body frame, structure, the face, everything, it resembles Jarvis to me.
I go, God is. Just want to get this out the way before.
My bad, y'all. Hey. And they starting to cook. My bad. So can you explain that, Janelle? Can you explain that?
This whole time is saying, and that's what I told her in the comments, is saying that you paid for them to go to Disney World. You keep saying, I took them, her and her kids, to Disneyland. But now all of a sudden you didn't take them. Also, she said her and her husband paid for them and their kids to go. But all I see in the photos is her youngest son. But she's saying that could be her husband. I said, how could you not know who's in these pictures? She's saying she don't remember these pictures, but
you Copies, come on, let's talk about it. Don't you remember events like that? Hell, I remember when we went to Disney.
So
me and Shank went to Disney in 2023. We seen Blue Ivy. She was on the ride with us. We seen Kobe Bryant's daughter. You know what I'm saying? My daughter got pictures with Kobe Bryant's daughter. It's on my, I think I shared it on my shorts, but I don't remember. But I remember everything about Disney.
But that's what I said. I said, when people go to places like this, they take pictures for memories. Why is that person's face the only one cropped out? Like, this is because Shannon wanted that memory, but she didn't want people to see who it was at the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you look at the photos, all the photos of all of them is likes, is hearts. But then when you go to them 2 specific photos, it's only, excuse me, it's only mad emojis because people knew who that was. And that whole body frame, structure, the face, everything, it resembles Jarvis to me.
Let's stay right there. Janelle, can you answer that question? So Janelle took Shannon and Jarvis to Disney in 2023. And this is a good question, a general question. Yes or no? Cold Piece produced a receipt. Can we get the answer to that? Can I get the answer to that? And I think it's just a good question. And what I want to know is, why will Janelle and Kiwana, why will they come in Miss Parker's chat? Now, Kiwana and Janelle, y'all know what y'all gonna get when y'all go in Miss Parker's chat. Why won't y'all come in my chat? You know, in my chat, on my panel, or on my chat. Ain't nobody gonna bother y'all. You know, they might, you know, voice their opinions and stuff, but over here with me, it ain't gonna be no shouting and no cussing and no loud, you know, this and loud that. You all will have an opportunity to speak your piece. So pull up on me. Pull up on me. I think what Cold Piece presented, I think is legit. Drop a 1. Drop a 1 if y'all think this receipt, this information that Cold Piece produced. Drop a 1 if y'all think it's a good piece of evidence. It's a good receipt. Drop a 2 if you say, nah, Shank, nah, Cold Piece don't, you know what she talking about. I'm going to drop a 1 with everybody else. I think Cold Piece is dead on the money.
And like I said from the start, I'm going to say allegedly. These are my opinions. You know what I'm saying? This is my opinion. These are my thoughts. I've been holding on to this from the beginning. You know what I'm saying? Like, I literally went to Shannon. I went to her. This is what makes me look crazy, because like I went to her page and I went back to get that. It was a video. It was an actual video. And I actually seen this man's face. but I can't prove that now. You know what I'm saying? So people gonna y'all can take my word for it or y'all don't have to. But like I said in my comments, I want to see her post this picture, the full picture, then to prove to debunk that that's not Jarvis. Now, Manju, if y'all listen to the video, they also Janelle's and Kiwana's their story's been the same, but like periodically on different panels, a little bit of something comes out here and there. That's why I said y'all gotta listen, because if you listen long enough and hard enough, people they telling themselves, right?
I gotta agree with Cold Peace. Miss Parker says, why would the people put the angry emoji on that picture but not the other ones? That's a good point. That's a good question, Miss Parker. That's a good question. Aisha says, Maine, spot on. Sharita says, she's spot on, a Cold Piece. I see through you says, Cold Piece TV, dead on. One, Gilmore girl, your son is in those multicolored swimming trunks. Cold Piece on her ish. I've been listening to her speak on Miss Parker, and man, I mean, you can't deny that. I think this is bigger than Naziah because of all the connections he had with Frank and other associates. I really don't trust Kim Worthless either because of her shady background. Salute Miami's finest. Okay, good. All right. And we have to let Kiwana, we have to let her speak her piece, y'all, because I did invite her over here. So let her speak her piece, y'all. No name calling. Let Kiwana speak her piece. Kiwana says, nah, this not on the money. She only repeating what SD said. This all of a sudden a topic when she never heard this. She spoke on this multiple times. Okay. I appreciate you, Kiwana. I appreciate you. So Kiwana feels as though the receipt that Cold Piece produced is not accurate. And remember, y'all could disagree with Kiwana, but no name calling. And let Kiwana speak her piece. All right? Because I did invite her over here. So let her speak her piece, y'all. She says they literally on BS. All right.
So they actually didn't start reporting Naziah missing. I mean, Naziah CPS on Jarvis until 2022. Naziah Jarvis has been around since, what was it, 2009, because they said he was around when Shannon was 16. So I went and did the math. I might be off a little bit, but he's been around since 2019.
All right. Now let me get this. Kiwana says, yeah, your girl being a real messy ass female. Now, this is my opinion on it. This is my opinion on Miss Parker Kiwana. Kiwana says she threw herself in a beef that had nothing to do with her. What I can say about Miss Parker cares for Naziah Harris. And Miss Parker really, really puts her work in this case. She does. And Miss Parker will tell you, if she went to the left, I will pull Miss Parker and say, nah. Don't go over there. You're going too far to the left. Get back and go straight. Me personally, I don't see anything with Miss Parker in her research. I don't. I think that you and Miss Parker, y'all went left with each other because at first, I do believe that you and Miss Parker was cool. I remember when you used to pull up in Miss Parker's chat and y'all was cool. Miss Parker says, I reacted to Cold Peace Live. So what the F we talking about? And I think when Miss Parker disagreed with you, Kiwana, and I think Miss Parker's disagreements with you, I think it was legit. I think it was legit, but I still feel as though when she disagreed with you, I think that's when y'all went left. This not K. I think that's when you and Miss Parker went left. Am I right, Miss Parker? Am I right? And one thing about Miss Parker, and I'm going to keep it real. Miss Parker don't care who you is. If Miss Parker disagrees with you, she disagrees with you. Miss Parker ain't going to bite her tongue for nobody. Kiwana says, care is understanding from start to finish what's transpired. I will say that about Miss Parker. You know, and she'll disagree with you. She will. And she got that right to disagree. You know, now I don't know how far to the left you and Miss Parker is. Okay, I'm gonna take Cold Peace. Appreciate you for pulling up, Cold Peace. Cold Peace says it's no beef on my end at all. I'm reporting. And once again, shout out to Cold Peace. And let me just say this to Kiwana and the rest of Naziah's family. That's all we all are doing. Cold Peace TV, Miss Parker, and everybody else. All we're doing is reporting. That's it. Unfortunately, y'all family is under the microscope. Unfortunately, y'all family is under the microscope. And the reason why y'all family is under the microscope is because a little girl has been abused. A little girl's life has been taken away from her. And family members knew. Some family members sat back and didn't do nothing. Kiwana and Janelle, and I'm going to still give y'all respect, and I'm going to still give y'all credit. Y'all did, from what I see and from what I report. Kiwana and Janelle, y'all did make the CPS report. Y'all did. So I can't take that from y'all. But now things are coming out that this trip to Disneyland or Disney World, I believe, that Jarvis was actually there. Jarvis was actually there. And allegedly, Janelle paid for that Disney trip. Listen, I understand that's your girl, but nah, she jumped in BS when we got into it with SD. It had nothing to do with her. If you report facts. I said I knew nothing about Jarvis being a whatever that is. I'm not sure. And what I'm gonna do is, Kiwana, I'm gonna let Miss Parker address you, but I will take your comments and everything. I will take your comments.
And they didn't start doing nothing about what was going on until he actually, I guess, touched the kid, which was in 2022, is what they saying. So he been around all these years, around everybody, and nobody did nothing. Nobody did nothing. That's the point I'm trying to make. Yeah, I get them their flowers for doing what they did when they did it, but still, because she said on panels multiple times that when she found out who Jarvis was, that's when she started going to report him that he hadn't been registered, and I believe that was in 2013.
Once again, I think Cold Peace I think, like she said the same thing I said. I give y'all the flowers for reporting it. However, y'all knew. Kiwana says, your girl talked and about everything, but Naziah, we made report, went to police, almost was thrown in jail multiple times. She says, Janelle said Jarvis wasn't at Disneyland. All right. So according to Kiwana, Janelle says that Jarvis wasn't there. All right. So they have half of a pic saying it's Jarvis. It's literally her son. She said that. Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, but I got to go back to my video and recall. But long story short, they reported him. She reported him. I think it was 2013, maybe 2019. I can't remember the date right off bat. And then in 2022 is when they started calling CPS and stuff like that. So all these years, my point that I'm trying to make is he's been around. Everybody knowing his background.
And that's Cold Peace point. And I think we all say the same thing. Jarvis been around. He's been around. He's been at parties. He's been around. Cold Peace says no. She says she didn't know. Kiwana says she keeps saying we did nothing. So I want them to tell us what we should have done. Kiwana says we didn't stop at reporting. I seen the comment from Cold Peace. I found out about this in 2022. Cold Peace says he been around since 2009. He has been around since 2009, Kiwana. But Kiwana says she found out about this 2022, but Jarvis been around since 2009. And this is my question that I always ask. Y'all had to know Jarvis's background. Y'all had to know what Jarvis had on his report card. Why was he allowed to be around them babies? Why was he allowed to be around them babies? Janelle said once she found out, she reported it as well. Now, let me ask you this, Kiwana. When you first found out that Jarvis and Shannon was a couple, how did you feel? Second question, when did you find out that Jarvis was a SO? When did you find out when he was a SO? How did you feel about Shannon and Jarvis being together? And when did you find out about Jarvis's report card? What's on his report card? She reported him for not registering, then 2022 CPS, but nothing between time. Good one. Okay. Kiwana says, I never knew Jarvis at all. So when they was together, you never questioned, because Shannon got 5 children by Jarvis. Yeah, she can hit the link. If you want to hit the link, Kenya. Feel free to hit the link, Kenya, or Janelle, or Cold Peace. Cold Peace can hit the link as well. Kenya, Janelle, y'all can hit the link if y'all want to.
And nobody did nothing all these years. All these years.
And don't forget, had their children around.
Had their children around. And now, so I played the video of Roxy saying, don't let them fool y'all, because I don't know who she was talking about, Kiwana or Janelle, but they were saying that whichever one it was, had been at that birthday party when one of them kids got touched or whatever. So I'm trying to figure out, because she commented in my comment section, said, I gave the apartment to to Shannon, because I was like, did she give the apartment to Shannon and Jarvis? Hell, you know what I'm saying? Like, did she? Because I mean, people knowing he be over there, because she blankly said that Jarvis is the reason why she got put out.
Absolutely. It might went over people's head, but go ahead, Kopi. She definitely said that.
I mean, like, it's just it's so much. And I like, and then I got people be coming in my comments saying weird stuff when I'm like literally putting, it's not like I'm making it up. I'm putting their own words on the fucking screen.
That's what they do. They even told me to quit lying. And I said, how am I lying? I'm reacting like, girl, we're content creators. We react to what they say and say, did y'all just hear this? And we take it back. Take it back, Miss Parker. Take it back, Hopies. Wait a minute. With
somebody told me I was lying. I said, bitch, you lying. I told them just like that. Stop coming over here. Y'all act like we don't get tired of y'all coming over here saying we lying about something when we putting up what they saying on their own. Y'all can't get mad at me for going and grabbing the stuff that y'all put out periodically and then put it together.
Yep, they do. I just had if I open my chat, co-piece yesterday, the woman told me she can't wait for the trial to open so all of us podcasters can stop telling lies. And I said, I never go live without playing a video.
Yep.
I never with them any.
Yep. And that's what I do. Like I get news clippings, I get what they said on panels, and I put it together. I'm in the background, I stay quiet and I do my work and I put it out how I put it out. Like, y'all can like it or y'all ain't gotta like it. But she clearly in my comments, and she said, first of all, she said she don't know where these pictures came from. I said, off of Shannon's page, go look.
Shut up, co-piece. I know you lying to me.
Girl, when you get off your live, go.
How you don't know? And we already know that you the one said you took her and her kids to Disney. So,
and then this the crazy part that pissed me off, because somebody came in my comments and was like, what year was it? I said, it don't matter what year was it. It's the point that they been around him, knowing that he's a pedo. It don't matter what year that this was taken, in 2019, 2022, whatever. They was around. He's been around. He's, like I said in that video, he's a part of the family until shit went left.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's all it is. Yep. That's all it is. Y'all can't get mad at us for putting stuff together and making it make sense.
I seen somebody with a word comment under one of the videos. I think it was the one that you did with the Tammy and Roxy Neal. And I seen it, and I just say they don't want the truth, co-piece. Everybody doesn't want the truth. And some people like to run with conspiracies rather than listen to understand what they said. And from a year ago to now, everything's changed.
Yeah, and listen, so somebody, it was yesterday on that video that I did, and one girl was like, and to think I just subscribed to your channel, I was like, okay, unsubscribe. Unsubscribe, baby. I'm not holding you hostage. Unsubscribe, because if you don't like it, somebody else will. I'm doing what I do. I ain't hurting nobody. Because my thing is, if they didn't want it out, they shouldn't have been talking.
I agree with Cold Piece. I agree with Cold Piece. If y'all don't want things out, then why talk? You know? Now, I will ask you this, Kiwana, as content creators, what do you think we can do to help? What do you think that we can do better? Let me just throw that out there. What do you think we can do better to help with getting justice for Naziah Harris? Should we stop? Should we stop reporting on Naziah Harris? Should we? Let me ask this question, Kiwana. Should we leave Naziah's family out of this? Should we take Naziah's family off of the table? Let's start there, Kiwana. Kiwana says, Tasha Bennett, I can't be called out. I have nothing to lie about. You want to be right so bad. Let me know. Should us content creators leave the family out of this? Kopi says, no, we need to stop letting them on panels so they won't say we twisting their words. Good point, Kopi. Good point. How do y'all feel? Do y'all agree with Cold Peace? Should we stop allowing Naziah's family members on our panels? Emma Brown, they will not continue to put BS out, and I say nothing. We did that. Because I don't want to stop reporting on the Naziah Harris case. I don't. I have other cases that I report on as well, and it drains you. It drains you. If you're not a content creator, you have no idea of the life that we live. Kiwana says, Cold Peace TV, you can't tell us what the F to do. We grown as you saying ish, not true, isn't justice, is BS, he say, she say. Cold Peace says, let me make sure I got Cold Peace. She says, I'm not going to stop. What will they do? Argue and fight everybody that speaks? This is insane.
They shouldn't have been talking, and I'm not the one to be spraying lies. And like I said, I'm putting allegedly. I'm gonna say allegedly, but if you ask me, that's Jarvis. We know Shannon. Who the hell else gonna be holding her son?
Kiwana says, Shank, all I'm saying is the not speaking facts, though, to be honest. I said when I found out what the F I got to lie for. Cold Peace says, it's your own words. You fighting the wrong fight, period. Also, I said I didn't know Jarvis. What the F I got to lie? Cold Peace says, what's not facts?
Well, we don't know her personally, but just, you know what I'm saying? Seeing
the
how
fact that she doesn't know about where did you get these pictures from? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? That
makes one of your people to go in my comments. Tell one of your people to go in my comments and get it. And whatever you want to use to do commentary on, you can. I don't mind. You still be asking me on my stuff, and I'll be like, why is she asking me? I already told her.
Kiwana says they said only one spoke out because we got into it with Annette when that's why he fell out with her for speaking out. Kopi says, okay, you didn't know him. We can't prove that, but we on Janelle and Disney. Right. Nah, they spinning narratives. That's not true. It's BS. Kopi says, Kiwana, I don't know about that. But that I'm talking about my video. Y'all can let the trolls, y'all can let everybody rock out. You're a G out. Y'all don't time out nobody, y'all. Let them rock out. Let them rock out. Because I want to hear what they got to say. So y'all don't have to time out nobody.
She could do whatever. Because I don't care. I just get it out.
Let me go through some of the comments while you're up here. Let me, because Cold Piece, you ain't lying. I literally got my comment section turned off. It's sad, but I said, I don't
start turning mine off for the meantime, because I feel myself getting pulled into this realm that I don't want to go back to. Because I told that girl and she caught me at a bad time too. I said, bitch, get off then. Sorry I don't want to keep cussing on your thing, but I told her that, like, y'all act like we don't get tired of hearing y'all bullcrap when we putting stuff right here for y'all to hear. The detective literally said in that video that I had put on there that they don't have no footage of Naziah going in or coming out of that hotel. That's what I'm saying. Like, I know people been saying that they said it's footage, but what I found and what that detective said, they don't got no footage. They don't got no camera footage from none of the surrounding businesses from that hotel. And I literally put it in my video. So I don't know what else to say.
That's sad. This is sad.
Kiwana says, to be clear, the police was patrolling my house because I was protecting kids. The F, they called on us, I think that's Shannon Key, and that I was a threat. If I had Vari, I'm going to jail. I see you, Cole Peace. Cole Peace says, Ms. Parker, I'm just saying, this is crazy to think you can't fight against all content creators when we trying to figure out what happened to Naziah. Why is that a party? I think you meant party. No reason to lie. If it's justice for Naziah, then we the reason, y'all know, period, and that's facts. Not really true about that, Kiwana. Now, I will say that I appreciate what y'all give us, but even if the family don't speak on Naziah, then we still got information from the news. We got a lot of our subscribers do footwork. A lot of our subscribers go to the courthouse. A lot of our subscribers make phone calls. So I will say that I do appreciate the information that y'all give us, but I will disagree because we do get information about the case without y'all help. Kopi says, we didn't know about y'all till the end, literally, why y'all didn't want to talk. We spoke up to let the public know, hey, this is happening and we aren't getting heard. And it was the content creators that helped y'all, Kiwana. I will say that much. Us content creators, we did help. Remember, y'all, no profanity in the chat. Y'all can speak y'all mind, but please, no profanity in the chat. Cole P says, that's what they want to be in the spotlight. Shaking my head. What about Naziah? I think I got everybody comments. Ms. Parker says, justice for Naziah. Where is Naziah Harris?
And
Did you read the comments?
I'm about to read some of them. I'm about to find them. They must got me blocked. They must got me blocked because, baby, it said, she said, I'm so sick of defending myself based on lies and assumptions. Shannon kept Jarvis from certain people, include myself because she knew we didn't approve of him. She would lie and say they wasn't together, then pop up pregnant. He was not around me, but a handful. Oh,
let Ms. Parker.
Okay, let's build. Let's build.
Go ahead. I'm listening to you now.
So this is under cold pieces. Y'all free to go get this because let me screenshot this. Hold on. Let me screenshot this. I got the screenshot.
Now I'm just the messenger telling what she told me on my stuff. Can't nobody get mad about what she said on my comments.
And make sure y'all go and check out Cold Piece's demonstration. I want Cold Piece to get that traffic. Make sure if y'all haven't subscribed to Cold Piece, go check out Cold Piece. Kiwana says, if it's trying to figure out what happened to her, then what's all the high school BS, name calling, etc.? Yes, it is. The case was being closed out as runaway. The information put out because it was asked to. And remember, the link is only for Ms. Parker, Kiwana, or Cold Piece. The only ones that I want on the panel is either Ms. Parker, Kiwana, or Cold Piece, or Janelle. This is over a year old news. Wait a minute, I'm coming to you, Ms. Parker. Janelle went to Mark to put the story out. Nobody knew till then. Y'all would know nothing. The case was being closed. And I gave Mark B from 7 Miles Radio a big shout out because he did, help this case go viral. We went on the news so it can be put in media. I'm not sure what's not understood about that. All right, slide in, Miss Parker.
Thank God. Okay, so let me say this, Shank. When Mark D first started, let me go off of that one. Mark D, 40 years of CPS, right? And from there, because I've watched them all. Then comes the father, Roxy, Shannon, Devin, Tamara, and Florentino. They didn't come till in the middle. You get what I'm saying? They didn't come into the, whether they gave them the story or not, I heard from them people first. I done played it. Secondly, high school, nothing. Because they the same ones that came on here with BS with Roxy. So see, we talking about high school. See, this one thing, I hate when a pot called a kettle black. If you're going to be real and honest, be authentic and real. Because look, I'm going to react to whatever I want to, Shank, when I want to. I'm going to talk about whatever I want to when it comes to Naziah. If it's a lie, you lied. Stand in your truth. Cold Pieces Live was about Disney. I don't even like the SD person that she even bought into your chat saying, oh, she took some stuff. No. My stuff came from Marquita. Because Marquita said what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I got background checks and all that, Shane. If I really want to put some, if I really want to be messy, I could. But I'm here for justice to see if we doing all of this and you can come on here and the threats. I screenshotted that because I'm ready to send that. I think threats should be sent in to the proper authorities. And I don't think when you threaten me and you want me to come outside and do all of that, I don't think nobody's kids should be in your car either. Since we going there, I advocate for all kids, not just Naziah, all kids. I'm setting up interviews right now about kids that need our help, our voices, from you, Co-Peace, Mocha, Tu, and all of us. Shanitra Speaks, Brittany, and MTGB TV. Now I call it like I see it, and I can, because see, last time I checked, my mama died. And ain't nobody gonna think they gonna little boy me, little girl me, think they gonna run to you and say nothing, because I'm gonna say what I want when I want to. If I want to react to Co-Peace, this the thing. It wasn't what Co-Peace, I'm reacting to Co-Peace.
Yep.
So you mad at me for what? Because reacting and having an opinion off of what Co-Peace said, I'm saying what Co-Peace said and reacting and giving my opinion.
Well,
they didn't get mad, but they didn't put it on yours, Co-Peace. They coming at Miss Parker. So what we really got going on? How about Miss Parker jumped in the SDB? I could care less what y'all got going on. Y'all went over and told y'all business, and she told y'all's, and she's still telling y'all. That's messy.
But that's what we do as content creators. We react to each other's things, and what I don't see what the problem is. Like, I put the information out. They saying spreading lies and false things, but I'm bringing to y'all what I see, and from my eyes, looking at what I see, it only makes sense as to why is that picture cropped out. Nobody else's face or anything is cropped out. And what made it look even crazier is when she got on there and said she don't know where these pictures came from. She don't even remember the pictures. She don't even know who's in the pictures, and then come back and say, oh, it's this person, it's that person. That's all I'm saying. I'm not finna argue with nobody. That's not, because I'm a different type of person. I'm just gonna be honest. All this rah, this, that, and the third, you talk about what you're gonna do to somebody. Everybody don't play them games. Everybody don't play them games, and I sure don't. And what I came on YouTube to do one thing, and that is to spread awareness. If y'all don't like it, stop talking. That's just flat out. Arguing about the situation ain't helping nobody. It ain't helping us get no closer to finding out what happened to Naziah. When you do things like that, it make people feel like you're trying to hide something. That's just point blank, period. We all adults. Let's be adults and talk about it. But when you're talking in circles on one panel and you're doing this on another panel and you're saying this on another panel, hey, you can only do that for so long before the real ones catch on. That's just point blank, period. And can't nobody get mad at Miss Parker. She do her commentary the way she do it. And hell, I like it. Everybody like it. I mean, this is what we here to do. Ain't nobody trying to be malicious with nobody. But if we say we reporting and trying to bring awareness for these kids and whoever else we reporting on, what we look like sitting back, seeing stuff with our own eyes and not reporting on it? Because I'm telling y'all, I held on to that stuff for months, and it just kept digging at me to put it out, because this is what I feel about this information that I got, so I'm putting it out. Point blank, period.
Moderators, don't time out. Shank Rock is a fraud. I have finally made it. I got somebody trolling me under Shank Rock is a fraud. Moderators, let Shank Rock is a fraud rock out. Thank you, Shank Rock is a fraud. Go ahead, Miss Parker or Cold Piece.
That's all I had to say, because I'm not going to argue. I'm not going back and forth with people. You don't like what I said. Like, it's nothing else for me to say, because I already put it in my videos. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's nothing for me to say. It's nothing for me to prove.
And like I said, and content creators, in our defense, y'all don't know the work that we put in. Every content creator is different. We all are different. But when I look at Cold Piece and I look at Miss Parker, in my opinion, they are official content creators. I can send y'all to some content creators that's full of BS. I could send y'all to some content creators that's all about clout chasing. That's not Miss Parker, and that's not Cold Piece.
And Cold Piece doing a good job over there. And this is my thing, Shank, too. Like, can't nobody shut us up but God. You get what I'm saying? Can't nobody shut us up but God. And Cold Piece doing good work over there. You know what I'm saying? But see, me reacting, it's me reacting. Everything that Cold Piece said is just kind of being overlooked. So it's like, yeah, Cold Piece, you got a point. You know what I'm saying? Where's Naziah though? I listen to Roxy's part and I'm gonna go replay it. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go replay it.
Let me slide in for a minute, Miss Parker. Now, Kiwana says, y'all kill me like y'all give a damn, but attacking us like we not for her is crazy. Let me ask you this, Miss Parker. Where do you feel that you and Kiwana went into left field? Or where did things go wrong with you and Kiwana, in your opinion?
Cold Piece need the link.
I dropped it. You want to answer that, Miss Parker?
Cold Piece need the link.
I dropped the link for Miss Parker.
Oh, okay.
You want to answer that question for me?
Shank, look.
How she say something like that when they attacking each other as a family?
I mean, it's the pot calling the kettle black. Shank, this is why I didn't even answer your question. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, I mean, for real. I don't heard recordings and everything. Shank, it's diabolical. If I was to get a recording and even play it, Shank, it's diabolical. That's messy. I'm like, Cold Piece, where's Naziah? Where's Naziah? That's the focus. Where's Naziah Harris?
And it's crazy that she said y'all because I haven't attacked nobody like this, like at all. I'm just bringing to y'all what I find and what I put out. I ain't attacking nobody. Like attacking is not it. No, that ain't in my vocabulary at this point.
Let me say this. Let me just say this. And Miss Parker, you can respond, but let me just say this. Let me answer first, Miss Parker. And then if you want to respond to Kiwana, you can.
I don't.
Okay, but let me answer her. Miss Parker, please, you act like a chap and you put out lies for what? Once again, Miss Parker do her homework. Miss Parker do her research. Now, I can vouch for that. She does her homework. She does her research. Miss Parker get calls all day long. Miss Parker get calls all night long. Miss Parker get some information that I'll be like, damn, how you get that? And then I'm gonna leave it alone. A lot of people reaches out to Miss Parker. A lot of people reaches out to Miss Parker with information. So I'm not gonna say Miss Parker put out lies. I'm not gonna say that. And I'm going to say, as a content creator, that's just Miss Parker's style. Everybody has their own style. Everybody has their own way of, doing their content. We are not the ones that brought the BS.
So I'm trying to figure out, because I'm pretty sure this ain't the first time that they done seen my channel, but why this video struck a nerve? I'm curious.
That's a good question, Cold Piece. Let me go back to some more. Then
if I say Cold Piece wasn't around me, and I say Cold Piece wasn't around me, that means that you wasn't around, right?
Yep.
Okay, let's stay right there. She said, I'm so sick of defending myself based on lies and assumptions. Shannon kept Jarvis away from certain people, including myself, because she knew we didn't approve of him. So she said Shannon kept him away from her due to how she felt about him. Remember what she said. Shannon kept the monster away from her.
Keep going.
She said she knew we didn't approve of him. She would lie and say they wasn't together, then pop up pregnant. He was not around me but a handful of times, and never long, because either he left or I left. Wait, you just said
they were never around each other.
In the first sentence. See, that's why I say y'all talk so much, y'all don't realize what y'all saying. You said he was never around you, only to come back and say he was only around you a handful of times.
Cold Piece, Miss Parker.
I mean, this is what, Shank, what's wrong with me reading what is said out of their map? That's what I'm saying. What is the problem with me repeating what was said from somebody's mouth?
And she doing exactly what you doing right now, Shank, is calling us to the panel. Like she asked me to come on the panel. What's wrong?
It's what under Cold Pieces. You know what I'm saying? This is what Cold Piece was saying in her live, basically. This is what Roxy was saying when Cold Piece stopped it and explained. And I said, and it made sense. That's why I said, well, give me a minute. Let me go to the comments. Did I not, Cold Piece? Let me go see the comments. Because of the confusion that was in the comments. And I was like, damn, wait. So me reading something that was said from one of y'all is being messy. Because I'm like, wait.
You just can't say nothing about nothing.
I can't, I mean, like, you can't, when it comes to them, they supposed to say whatever, and you ain't even supposed to address anything. If they lie, you can't call it out. If they say they didn't see Shank Rock and then turn around and say, I only seen Shank Rock twice. Well, damn, I thought you didn't see Shank Rock. What's wrong with me saying that's weird? I didn't go to the park, but I went to the park. I didn't go to the store and see Laleezy, but I seen Laleezy at the store. Which one is it? Did I not go to the store? Did I go to the store and see Laleezy? Which one is it? And what's wrong with Copiece doing this video? And then she's got these comments that saying this, and y'all get mad off of what was said instead of saying, damn, I shouldn't have said that. I ain't even think about it. Maybe I said it wrong. I don't, you know what I'm saying? I can't get mad at nobody for something I said. And whether you repeat it, Copiece repeat it, I can't get mad and put up a fight and now it's threats. Meet me outside. Come outside. Yeah, whoop the woo. Wait, what? Over this video that Copiece did? What?
The video is about Shannon, Jarvis, and Janelle. Like, I think it's something about you. I'm sorry, I ain't trying to laugh, y'all, but I think it's just y'all got something need to be hashed out. I guess I don't know, but because
I reacted to Copiece, but Copiece, you know, it's really a beef with me, Shane. It ain't even nothing to do with Copiece. You know what I'm saying? Copiece stated her opinion, how she felt. You know what I'm saying? Copiece open. If you listen to Copiece's live and play it, I'd rather for you to play it and hear what she said, and you go off and give your opinion on what she said. Play her live and give Shank Rock's opinion.
Right. I don't
think that's a lie.
I didn't say like I didn't even I didn't bash them. I didn't call them out their names because that's what you want to say. And it's all the high school stuff and this and that. I ain't call nobody out their names. I ain't do none of that. I just from the looks of it, I think I spoke facts because why is everybody mad? I don't know.
I can say Roxy name though, Kiwana. That's my opinion. Y'all can't get mad at nobody's opinion. And I didn't go live to talk shit about y'all. I was gonna address that anyway. I was gonna talk about Copiece anyway, but that ain't definitely why I went live. They know that from my Discord. You playing music, Shank, or you going to Copiece's live?
I'm on Copiece live. I'm getting ready to bring Copiece live up.
Yeah. Yeah. Shank, pause that real quick.
You went live to talk shit.
I went, this is my thing. She said, you said what you, this is what I said, and everybody can go back and look at all my lives. I said, I'm not weak like y'all. I said that I would have been done, ran up in the same energy you trying to give me, Kiwana. You didn't give it to Shannon them, so I can't take you serious is what I said. You could have never thought. You could have never thought. I been said that you didn't even do nothing to Marquita or Shannon. Y'all can put it in dialogue. However, we're different. We're different. And it's just that simple. Own that shit. It's cool. Y'all not like me. I'm not like y'all. The situation would have been different because y'all weak or whatever. If I feel that way, I can. Because ain't no way this would have happened to my family members. And I'm up there arguing with strangers. Fam? And Shannon them been walking around cool. That's period, point blank. You been threatening me, so stop it. We all got screenshots. And to say I went live to talk about y'all, my Discord being knew what I was talking about. It be the lies for me, Shank. You see what I'm saying? That's the lies. My team knew what I was going live about.
No profanity in the chat, Kiwana. You could just say S. No profanity.
And go ahead and play Copiece so she can play Roxy's clip real quick. Go ahead, Shank. My bad.
Hey y'all, hey. How y'all doing on this nice Sunday? Come in. Grab a seat. Hit that like button when y'all come in. Make sure you hit the like button if you come in. without hitting the like button, back out, go back, hit the like button. I just came on this nice Sunday to give you guys some content. Now, this content that I'm going to be doing is something that I've been holding on for months. Where my girl Erica at? Because she's been waiting on me to drop this info. Now, as y'all can see, rolling across my screen, all my content is for entertainment purposes only. And I don't come to give false information. So this is all allegedly that I'm going to be speaking about. Okay, guys? Now, y'all know from the start of all my day ones, when y'all get in comments, say day one, say day one, say day one, so I can see you guys. Because I'm going to be checking after this recorded live that I did. So all of my day ones, y'all know from the start that I've been saying that this whole family is trash, right? Even though Janelle and Kiwana were the ones that was putting in work to handle things behind the scenes before it got to us about what was going on in the household, right? Okay, we give them that they allegedly was doing calling CPS and well, I can't say allegedly because it's reports on it. Okay,
where you want me to stop it at, Cold Piece?
So you guys, it was a video to this picture that I have, but when I went back to snatch the video, mysteriously it was gone. So that's why I never put it out. And Erica, she just kept saying she was waiting on me to drop what it was that I said I had.
You want me to fast forward some more, Cold Piece, or right there?
Allegedly, but I
now let it ride.
This face, I actually seen this face that I'm going to be showing you.
Hey guys, my name is Harris Heller, and I've been a full-time YouTuber for over 10 years now. And if you are a YouTuber or you're...
But first, what I will do is, because this is not going to be a long live, I just want to get the information out. And this is why I tell y'all, like, stop sleeping on me. Because I do my homework. I put things out when I want to put it out. I do my commentary when I feel like doing my commentary. But when I bring you information, I'm not being messy about what I'm bringing to you guys. I'm bringing awareness, because a lot of people walking around or getting on platforms acting like they need flowers, or acting like they did this and the third. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, y'all did what y'all did and nothing happened. But at the same token, she was still failed because y'all accepted this man being around all the kids, being around Nazaya at different events. Like, so what? Because he's their dad. If he's a pedo and y'all not okay with it, if it's nothing that y'all can do about it, it's nothing that the state or anything is doing about it, then stay away. That's the way I feel about it. If you're not okay with it, don't go around. So first, what I'm going to play is Roxy. This video that Roxy did. And I feel like Roxy knows a lot. And that's why they're going against Roxy so much. You know what I'm saying? Even though Roxy wasn't in town. But you got to remember, Roxy was very close to Shannon, as well as Janelle was very close to Shannon. So let me show y'all this photo. This is how close Janelle and Shannon were.
What are y'all thoughts before I let it run? This is Cold Piece with a receipt to show just how close Shannon and Janelle was. You want to speak on that, Cold Piece, or you good?
I mean, the picture speaks for itself.
Miss Parker?
Yeah, I mean, this is Cold Piece's work right here, and I mean, she did a great job, you know what I'm saying, and it spoke volumes to me, you know what I'm saying. And whether I can dislike Cold Piece, but if Cold Piece say something factual I'm not gonna go against it, whether I like her or not. You get what I'm old enough, I'm grown enough to say, like, I might not like her ways, but she do got a point. You get what I'm saying? I don't like Shank Rock's ways, but he do got a point. I'm woman enough to say that. Ain't nothing wrong with me saying that. Don't mean I like the person. But if they got a point, and you know how Cold Piece broke it down, and she put this video to people bring clips in to prove a point. Am I correct, Cold Piece?
Very, very much so.
And that's why people bring in videos and clips to clear out what their thoughts was of it. It's like, dang, I clipped this, I found this. You know what I'm saying? Along the way of me feeling this way, I found this. And it kind of collaborates with what I've been thinking. Based off of how Cold Piece even opened up her live. But go ahead, Shane.
They were going out to eat. They were going on different little, I don't want to say vacations, but different little outings with each other. They were doing a lot of things. And I said that to say this. Once you hear, you gotta read. I keep telling y'all gotta read between the lines, because when they speak, it's something in everything that they saying. So let's just listen to what Roxy had to say back then. Now, we're not giving grace to none of these people, but I just want y'all to know, like, when they talk, you gotta listen. So listen to this.
Really want to come and talk to y'all and tell y'all that y'all need to start paying attention to what Janelle and Kiwana is putting out. Okay? They're trying to be funny, putting out all of this information that don't have anything to do with Naziah. Okay? Putting out information that they thought was going to be embarrassing, putting out information about me. They're talking about me. They're talking about my mama. They're talking about what they've been doing and all this other stuff like that, right? All of these things that don't have anything to do with Naziah. Okay?
Come on,
And that go back to her saying, "Oh, Miss Parker on her with this high school BS." But what she just said, what Roxy just said is true. They did that. They bought that hurt. Not me.
And that's why I played Roxy talking. I know a lot of people, I never was like feeling Roxy too much. But I know a lot of people don't like Roxy and stuff like that. But what she was saying, I resonated with, because I was seeing it. You know what I'm saying? Like every time somebody say something, they jumping on panels, attacking them, and just doing all types of stuff when it was not even necessary. Like, that's why I played what Roxy was saying to go into the segue of my commentary.
And that's what I'm saying. That's and Shane. That's why she's talking about, oh, you being, see, when you say Roxy name, it throws something. It throws something. It does something to him. But I can agree, and what everything Kopi's just said, I 100% agree, because we wouldn't know that if y'all didn't do what she just said y'all did. But I'm high school, because I'm reacting to what she just said, and I agree with her 100%. Because that's what was brought to us as content creators on YouTube. Kopi's ain't the only one that's seen it. So we got to stop sugarcoating and be honest when it's time for honesty, whether we like somebody or we don't. And that's all I want people around me to do, is just, you know what I'm saying, just put all the BS to the side and call it what it is. Call a spade, not a diamond if it's a spade.
Because, like, you can't throw rocks and hide your hand. That's basically what's been happening. Like, they want to be able to attack people, but then they don't want people to so-called attack them with bringing out information.
Right.
It don't work like that.
Appreciate that new membership, Miss TT. Kiwana says, I didn't know the extent of this situation. I found out and learned on the system to do their job. It didn't stop at a CPS report. I did put myself on the line and so before Naziah came up missing.
But Shank, guess what Kopi started off at? If you listen to what she said at the beginning, I think it's going, you know what I'm saying? This is why it's irrelevant right there. Because
No,
it
but
be
people,
like,
like that's why I said, like, when I first came on YouTube and I started doing my stuff, I told people, like, my brain works different. I think outside the box. I look at everything, and when people keep saying the same thing and you're not taking in what's being put out, what the hell? What is I'm doing? What am I doing? But I'm not gonna keep repeating myself, because what she just said is not even relevant to what we're like. It's not, it don't make sense to what we're speaking about right now. Yeah, we know. And that's what I think, that's what make everybody so upset with them, is because they keep saying the same thing, that they did this, they did that. It's like, we know, but it's like y'all want brownie points every time. Every time. We know.
And I will say this, Cold Piece, I'm glad that you have a different method. I'm glad that you do things different. That's, in my opinion, the originality. You know, you don't want your content to be the same as others. You know, Mocha says, at this point, to be honest, from what we know, everybody knew. The math ain't mathing, and a lie don't care who tells it.
And then that's true. And then it's like, when you heard from the horse's mouth, like all these times, ain't no police officer, brother. It is. Ain't this, it ain't that. It is. You know what I'm saying? And it be like, you gotta think back and be like, well, damn, what y'all lie for? And I can't call out a lie.
I'm just gonna say this. Shank, Miss Parker, whenever that this video I just put out today, go watch that. It breaks it down a little bit more, because like I said, Jarvis been around. So you got to listen to what they saying. Like, I know it's a lot that's been said over this whole period of time, but you got to go back and you got to listen and you got to pull things, because he's been around since 2009. 2013, I think it was 2013, Janelle said that is when she found out that he was a pedo. It was 2013 or 2019. Don't quote me on it, but y'all got to go back to my video, because, like, I'm telling y'all, I don't just put stuff out. I go back and I get their own words that they saying. But then she reported him to the police, and for him not registering and stuff like that. That was it. All the way up in 2020 until 2022 is when they did CPS, because that's when they found out he touched one of the kids. But that's what I'm saying. That was a 12-year period or something. Like, nothing was done from 2009 to 2022. That's what I'm trying to get everybody to understand. Like, y'all did what y'all did in 2022, yes, but what about when y'all found out he was a pedo? That was way before 2022.
I agree with you, Cold Piece.
And that's the main part. You know what I'm saying? That should be all that matters, is just owning up that y'all knew, but it took him to touch a kid, basically, and a girl to be missing and allegedly unalive for this to be now 2 years, 3, 4 years down the line, we gonna report it.
Not even this. It's when y'all look at that video, I put in there, Janelle said from her own mouth. Now, you can't call me a lie. She said from her own mouth, I knew it was bad, but I didn't know it was to this extent.
That's true. That's true.
I just put out, I broke it down a little bit more. It still got all of this that I put in here. It still got this, but then I added more. That's what she said. So what did you know? What did you know?
That's true, Cold Piece.
I'm saying this about Janelle, and I don't know. I haven't seen, so it's nothing that I can say right now about Kiwana. I'm bringing out what's been put out and what I can go and find facts on. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not gonna make up no lies and say, well, Kiwana said this and this is it, unless I actually see what she said.
And let me slide in. Mocha says she also said, I knew Naziah would be next.
Yep.
Come on back in, Copies.
And then she said what she meant by that was she knew she'll be next to run away, but that ain't, I didn't take it that way.
And then on Ratchet TV, if everybody go, it's out there. This is a live that ain't been taken down, Shane, or nothing. It's there. One of Ratchet TV subscribers said, and this is what I'm saying, when shit be said publicly and it's still there to go watch, how can you call people liars and messy and troublemakers? If she said that one thing about Ratchet over there, I came in through Ratchet.
Yep.
And so, and I came in, that's when I first came 5 years ago on this app. And one thing Ratchet don't do is don't play, and his subs never did either, and they listen to understand. And they sat on that panel and they said that they was fighting on her the day before and a subscriber caught on to it.
But how about this? Before that even happened, I did a video way months ago before that. And I swear, I got people in my comments on that video arguing me up and down. I circled the marks on Naziah's face and said they was beating on this girl. If you look at her glasses under there, I marked under her eyes. It looked like she had black eyes. She had marked bruises on her face. And when they came on that panel and said that, you know, I clipped it real quick and did a video on it. I said, I told y'all. They was
so was it said? Was it said, Copiece, or was it not said that the night before they was over fighting on Naziah?
It was definitely said, and not even this. This could have just been a little mishap, but Janelle even she slipped up and said that Naziah went missing in November, and she pulled back. But she was gonna say in November, Naziah went missing. And I keep telling people from the start of me doing all my videos, I don't believe Naziah went missing the time that they saying she went missing. Her hair ain't the same, the clothes ain't nothing added up.
Nope.
Nothing.
That's true.
People, and before, that's why I tell people, before y'all come on my videos trying to argue with me, go back and look at my videos and see what I've done. The girl got a video, she in a video with the orange shirt on and blue jeans, and she got panties rolled up in her pants pocket. And what I went back to, that text message of him saying that he got her panties or take your panties off or something like that. And I'm like, is this is this the video? Is this when this happened? Like, I was just I'm putting stuff together and trying to figure out what is going on. Why do this girl got panties hanging out of her pants? Like she just got done doing, I don't know. I ain't gonna go too deep, but yeah.
Mocha says black eyes, bruised arms, and eyeglasses all crooked. Naziah went missing long before it was reported. Mocha also says facts, cold piece. Let's go. Let me grab Kiwana, and then we're gonna come back to more of your demonstration, cold piece. Kiwana says, wait, repeat that. We said what on Ratchet?
Man, look, Shane.
Janelle said on Ratchet TV that they were fighting Naziah
the night before,
the day before she went missing.
Exactly. And so the subscriber came up and called it, and they asked her several of times who was fighting Naziah, and she said, turn around and said she didn't say it. Only to turn around and say the subscriber wouldn't let it go, Shank. I'm telling you, Allison, the one told me, go watch it. You was live, matter of fact. And Allison told me, she texted me and said, go watch Ratchets. The family's over there. I said, bet. I left your chat, went over to Ratchets in the bushes. They asked her several of times. The live is still up.
Yeah,
she came back and said, after she said she didn't say it, she turned around and said, well, I heard that Shannon and Naziah got into it the night before because Naziah said she was tired of keeping Shannon's kids.
Yep, that's exactly what was said. I got the video. I screen recorded it. And what Kiwana just said right there is Okay, so if you said stuff not adding up, we saying stuff not adding up. What is the problem?
That's true. She says, we told the police that it wasn't adding up. They were lying. Let me come back to your demonstration, Cold Piece.
I don't think I've heard them say very much about her, but they have a whole lot to say about me every single time, right? And what I'm doing. Because they have been trying to stop me from spreading awareness, because they have been trying to stop me from talking about Naziah, because they are the ones who are included in sweeping everything that has happened up with Naziah underneath the rug. And I really don't want to do the tit for tat thing, but y'all got to be educated, okay?
Want to start a business but don't know where to begin? Zam Business is the worry-free way to confidently start a business and also stay compliant.
Pause
Now
it.
y'all heard that right now. Overlook the
Pause it, Shay.
caption of everything she got wrote.
Okay, she just said that was the twins. Okay, was the twins fighting? I mean, we just saying that was what was said on Ratchets. You get what I'm saying? That was fighting Naziah. So when we come to try to figure out where Naziah is, what could potentially happen to her, and where she could be, that's the focus. Where do y'all think she is?
But
So the
not
baby, go ahead, Kobe.
My bad. But not even that. What Mocha just said. How do they know that they was fighting on Naziah if they had no contact with Naziah? Or them? They said they cut off contact with them, right?
Put Mocha comment up, Shane.
The last one I just had up, or the one before that?
There was one before that Mocha has said.
Right there.
The one before this one? This one?
What Mocha say? Yeah, what she say?
It's one after before this one that she said.
This one, Cold Piece?
Yeah, right here. Read that.
Mocha says, how did she know they were fighting Naziah? See, these lies make you keep lying, and lies are always crooked.
How did they know if they wasn't able to talk to Naziah? They wasn't able to talk to none of them. They lost communication. And what she said, 2022, right? Didn't Janelle say in 2022 they was no longer able to speak with Naziah? And I might be wrong, but I think that's
Well, she said she heard it now. They heard it. So.
And then she says, we told the police.
I don't understand what we going back and forth about at this point, because she agreeing with some stuff that we saying, and like I don't get what's the problem here. We pulling what they said.
Right. Mocha says they hadn't seen or heard from Naziah for 2 years.
Yep.
Kiwana says it was told to Janelle and the police were told.
Okay.
That picture. Just listen to what the woman is saying, okay? I know nobody likes Roxy. Nobody has been feeling her at all, but just listen to what she's saying. So let's play this next clip.
For the better, for the greater good and the better cause and the direction that I'm trying to move in to help other young girls, and how I have been helping other young girls and women. Okay? Pay attention to what they are saying in these interviews that they have done. The one they did on the interview with the on YouTube with the community ladies, the ones they did with Ratchet TV, now the ones they did with this spiritual detective, Isis, whatever the heck her name is.
Now, there go Roxy mentioning pay attention to the interviews that they done on Ratchet.
Yep.
Because like I'm trying to tell you, it was when the woman asked, was they fighting on the Zaya? They said they said the girl was like, "Nah, we're not gonna skip past that." They turned around and came back. The live is still up and said, "Nah, we didn't say that. What we said was Nazaya said she was tired of watching the kids," and the girl was like, "Nah, it ain't what y'all said. Y'all said fighting on her. They was fighting on her."
Yep, because Nazaya didn't want to watch them kids no more.
Whoop. There it is.
Okay. They had time to sit down and do interviews and podcasts, 5-hour podcasts and interviews with 2-3 hours to sit up there and spread mess that ain't got nothing to do with Nazaya and say everything negative that they can about me and try and do the we are for justice for Nazaya. But you really wasn't. Ain't showing up to no court dates except for the arraignment, which is when he first got arrested. That was the only court date.
So y'all heard that, right? We're gonna go to this last one. Now listen carefully. I don't know if she was talking about Jernell or Kiwana in this last part about saying that they attended birthday parties while Jarvis was there. But I'm gonna let y'all listen to what she says, and we're gonna go from there. Now, one thing I would say is like, it's a lot of bullcrap in the air with this whole family. Like that's why I said nobody is exempt from being trashed, called trash, because everybody in this family knew what was going on. But let's keep going.
Nazaya is missing because they talking and saying that they doing A, B, C, D, and E, but really when they get down to the nitty gritty of it, they're declining.
Wait, told what?
But got time to do everything else. You got time to be on podcasts to talk mess, but you ain't have no time to do interviews about Nazaya when she first came up missing. You got interviews to talk about me and what I was doing and where I was at and bring up my mama and everything else and my sexuality and everything else for 5 hours and 3 hours and 2 hours, but you didn't have any time to spread awareness about Nazaya when she went missing or what was happening to her.
Let me just stop it right there, y'all. Let me shout out another content creator that's covering the Nazaya Harris case. Salute Survivor Speaks. Salute. She make a good point now. Kiwana says the brother told Janelle that okay.
Told Janelle what? I'm lost on that.
Miss Parker says, what happened, Roxy? You want me backtrack it?
Yeah, just a second. Just a couple seconds. I'm lost too, Copies.
But you ain't have no time to do interviews about Nazaya when she first came up missing. You got interviews to talk about me and what I was doing and where I was at and bring up my mama and everything else and my sexuality and everything else.
Let me backtrack.
They're declining. But got time to do everything else. You got time to be on podcasts to talk mess, but you ain't have no time to do interviews about Nazaya when she first came up missing. You got interviews to talk about me and what I was doing and where I was at and bring up my mama and everything else and my sexuality and everything else for 5 hours and 3 hours and 2 hours, but you didn't have any time to spread awareness about Nazaya when she went missing or what was happening to her. When you knew.
How many of y'all agree with Kiwana on this? Kiwana says Roxy did this video because she was exposed for exploiting Nazaya. How many of y'all agree with this? Drop a 4 if you agree. Drop a 5 if you disagree. What about you, Cold Piece and Miss Parker? Do y'all agree with Kiwana on this?
She did that. I think she did that because they was exposing her and her about her being LGBTQ. They was exposing her wife. They were doing all types of stuff. It don't matter that about why she did the video. It's just that what she's saying in the video seems to be true.
Ms. Parker?
I agree with Co-Piece.
Like going to birthday parties that you went to, that you knew Jarvis was going to be at, but you didn't take your kids at the birthday party, but you went to the birthday party anyway, where another child was assaulted at, where you were present.
Stop right there. I gotta say, I agree with her on this. Why did y'all go to the birthday parties that Jarvis was there? You ain't take your babies, but y'all went to them birthday parties.
I want to know specifically who she was talking about on there. Was she talking about both of them, or just, I don't know. That's why I said I don't know who she talking about, which one of them, or if she talking about both of them.
Ms. Parker says going to birthday parties where kids was taken advantage of. Now, let me just ask Kiwana, is she lying? Is Roxy lying about this? Please, y'all, no profanity in the chat, y'all. Moderators, if anybody use any profanities in the chat, get them up out of here. Because I done gave everybody a fair warning. No profanity. Use just the letter B, S, F. Anybody? I'm not sure. Anybody using profanity in the chat, moderators, get them up out of here. Mocha says, I can definitely agree with that because prior to this exposure of them, they got to be honest with themselves. They exposed Joe Camel first.
Let's go, Mocha.
Kiwana says she didn't spread awareness. She made this a mess. That's why we are here. Kiwana says that's not true.
She was the only one that was speaking up, and come to find out, she said it was because they didn't want to speak.
Yeah.
Man.
Ms. Parker says, I'm so sorry, Naziah. Kiwana says, what she... Go ahead, Ms. Parker.
You see, you down there, how about knock it off? We would never at a party, but y'all can't. That's what I'm saying. You can't say that to us when we listening to what coming out of Roxy's mouth. We can react. And Shank Rock just asked you, was y'all there? Was that true? So you saying quit the lies? Y'all got to stop at saying we lying when stuff is coming out of y'all mouths. The same way y'all said she was fighting and then turn around and said she didn't on Ratchets. Like, y'all got to stop that. That's why it can't be taken serious right now. We're not getting nowhere.
We definitely.
She says, we were never at a party when Jarvis was there. If Kiwana, if you want to join me on a panel, you could come up on a panel, and to make it fair, I will ask Co-Piece and Miss Parker to just go on mute. That way you will be able to speak your piece. So if you want to join me on the panel, Kiwana, I dropped the link. Come back in, Co-Piece. I think I cut you off. My bad.
No, I'm here. I just muted my mic.
Okay. You want to slide back in, Miss Parker, before I go back to Co-Piece?
Yeah, I mean, we're not getting nowhere with the, you know what I'm saying? Because it's going to keep being us instead of them.
She says, that is the party Shannon told me CPS was called. Mocha says, Kiwana and Janelle, we wouldn't be here today if y'all, yes, y'all, would stop protecting y'all sister and aunt. That's it, and that's all.
That's it, Mocha. I mean, really, that clears it up for me.
Yep, because at the end of the day, like I've been saying, they all just they want to tell what they want to tell, but at the end of the day, they all still holding secrets. You know what I'm saying? So
absolutely. It's almost like this is how I feel, Shank. And I'm gonna be honest, and I'm leaving it alone after this. I'm leaving it. I'm really gonna focus on Naziah. I don't even care anymore because I done heard enough. Every time we get close to something and we go back and we listen and new stuff come out. And the only thing to make everybody ain't lying on me. Everybody ain't gonna lie on Cold Piece. It's always some truth in something that all of them say. But at the same time, once you lie, I can't trust you no more. It's just that simple. And the focus has been gone off of Naziah. And when we say where's Naziah, this is just my perspective. Where's Naziah is we never know. My thing is y'all put so much energy into me and us. Y'all ain't doing it out there because it should never stop. They put enough energy into stopping anything good anybody try to do for this baby. Whether it's a tribute, whether it's even going to court. Because I'm going. And ain't nothing they can do about it. You hear me? Because I spend nights, and I don't care what nobody says, I spend countless nights with headphones in my ear, and you know it, Shane. Researching, calling, talking to people about where this baby could be. Because I got children. And I'm going to go to the end of the earth for mine. It's just that simple. All of that. I ain't even got time to argue with nobody, no stranger, no nothing. Because my fight is going to be in the streets to find my baby. And I mean that on everything I love. God got to take the breath out of me to make me stop. So when it's all debunking a cousin, I ain't got time for that. When my fight is my child or my loved one. But when it keep getting to debunking a Roxy and keep every time if anybody say Roxy, man, I ain't got time for that. My where is Naziah list is so empty. Because every time we go to ask, I don't know. What do you know? Where you think? That's my point. For me, I want to know where the baby is. She deserves this. She deserved to be found. All this other mess and man, y'all lied, you lied. I don't give a damn. And anybody got the right as a content creator to listen, to gain understanding from their perspective, whether it's Cold Piece, Mocha, you, me too, whoever. We got the right as a content creator to say what we want to get our answer to try to find justice for this baby. A lie is a lie. I don't care who tell it. Once you lie, I never trust you. And it's that simple. And I go from there with my commentary. And it's going to be like that till God take me off this earth. But I'm going to find Naziah. I don't care who I got to report.
And that's what I said. I don't care who get mad at what. I'm just reporting and doing what I do. I'm not here to be friends with nobody at all. Like, you don't like what I say, don't be on my channel. Don't look at what I say. I mean, you can't nothing bother you as bad as it does unless you watch it. Like, just don't pay attention. Y'all already know that y'all got a stain on y'all name. And y'all know if you look at something, it's gonna bother you. Just don't do it. And doing all of this back and forth, it ain't helping fan Naziah. It ain't helping doing nothing. That's why I say I'm not gonna get on panels and argue with nobody. I'm not going back and forth with nobody. I'm too grown for that. I'm gonna keep reporting, and that's just that.
And we ain't getting no closer, Cold Piece. We not with the lies and shit being told, man. It's always a distraction. It is, you know what I'm saying? And guess what? At the end of the day, Shank will be back here in 3, 4, 5 years. Cause you know what? When you dealing with this kind of trauma and y'all lie, ain't nobody ever gonna get help. The generational curse will never stop.
Yep, and that's what I said. It's a generational curse. It's been there and it's gonna continue to be there because nobody doing nothing to stop it. They didn't help. They didn't help siblings before Naziah and her siblings and cousins, and they ain't helping Naziah and theirs.
Swear.
Let out.
That's facts, Miss Parker and Cold Piece. That's facts. So Kiwana says again, that was a lie. Roxy said we was at the party and we wasn't. Let me take Lady V super chat. Appreciate that super chat, Lady V. Lady V says, in my opinion, it is hard to talk about Naziah, hers, without talking about the family. It seems to be a family affairs. I don't think nobody could explain it better than Lady V. If trust me, if we didn't have to talk about the family, I'm sure we wouldn't. But it's a family affair.
Yep.
And we know you put it out, Kiwana. How many times we gotta hear that y'all put it out first? We done. That's not even a point anymore. Where is the baby? That's it. Our focus is a 13-year-old girl out here pregnant, missing.
Keep saying the same thing and get no results is stupidity. It's stupidity. Good night, y'all. That's because why is you steady saying the same thing? We already know this. We already know. It's like you stuck in a time zone.
And even when I try to move away and talk about other cases, even when I say I ain't talking about this case no more, I'm with you, Miss Parker and Cold Piece. I can't.
Exactly, because there's been plenty of times I went weeks without reporting on Naziah, and then I just come back to Naziah.
You know, because at the end of the day, when we wake up, it's about this little baby right here. She's a baby. I got grandchildren that's older than Naziah. I got a granddaughter that just graduated from 5th grade. That's 11 years old. It's about this little baby right here.
Yep, and I got 4 girls, so that really like no, this what they is what they did. I'm not even gonna say because it's not appropriate, but I'm gonna call it a night because this is just too much. It's overwhelming when stuff just it's like what we say is going over people's heads. Like I think like so fast ahead of people is ridiculous. So me steady, it's like it's not getting nowhere. It's just not. So there's no point. There's no point. Ain't nobody. I didn't go on do this video. I didn't bash nobody. I could have said a whole lot of something. But like I told Miss Parker, I held my tongue. I held my tongue because you can't get mad at stuff that you put out on your own, and I'm just showing what you put out. So to satisfy y'all so y'all think people is being high schoolish and all of this. Now what you got to argue about from this video what is it to argue about? Because nobody talked about y'all, nobody said nothing negative, like nobody came for y'all, no type of way. But the truth hurts.
Drop the mic right there.
Yep. So I'm gonna say good night to you guys. And I'm out.
Hi, Copies. Good job, Copies. Salute to you, man. And I got to check that other video. I put it in the Discord for y'all. Check it out in the Discord. Go follow Copies and stuff like that. I know we gonna be up in that Discord tonight, but yeah, Shank. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to you, Shank. I'm done too, Shank, for real. You know what I'm saying? I'm like Copies. We ain't getting. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna never. You know. It's the comments. All you gotta do is look at the comments, and it's the same thing over and over. And I ain't.
Miss Parker, or either I see through you, drop Cold Piece's link. And make sure everybody subscribe to Cold Piece TV. Lady V says, Miss Parker, we have to deal with the family because they seem to be the one that knows where she is. mean, like I said, I wake up some days.
Kiwana, wait a minute. Kiwana said, I said what I said. We the ones hurting. You not holding nothing. You being slick. Slick for what? See, that's Shank. Let me tell you. And she said, y'all don't feel what we do, so stop acting like y'all do. Are you okay? Shank.
Well, whenever you feel better, Kiwana, feel free to join me on the panel. You know, now with like I said with Miss Parker and me and Miss Parker, we bump heads, but I can speak for Miss Parker when it comes to the justice for Naziah Harris. Miss Parker
Hold on. Let me speak for myself.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't need you to explain nothing for me when it comes to that. My work shows. Mocha's work shows. Because that's a smack in the face, like how they did too. Because you don't have to be family to feel a mother. You hear me?
Shout out to two.
And this goes out to my riders. We don't have to be her family to feel hurt and pain over this baby. So whatever she's saying about that, yeah, I ain't got to sympathize with nothing. I'm sympathizing with all the kids around the world. Because she's waking and shaking shit up, Shane. Naziah is. And it's showing right there. To even downgrade what we do, like my work and you ain't slick for what? Because I ain't gaining nothing from this. Nothing. I ain't gaining nothing for this, but opening doors for other parents to hit my panel and ask me to help them get justice for their kids. That's what the Naziah Harris story is doing. So don't you ever come at me like that, talking about I'm trying to be slick. I can never be like y'all and use no kid for nothing. Because I'm like, y'all sorry that I occurred. I can be messy if I want to. Because you got called out on lies. I don't care nothing about you. And I don't have to. I care about Naziah. You want it to be all about you. It's not about you. Never been. Fuck is we talking about? You ever disrespect me? But I got my live, Shank. I'll run it down.
The link is only for content creators. If you are a content creator and you've been covering this case, and if you want to join me on the panel, click on the link. All right. And even though Ms. Parker don't need me to defend her, and
who didn't agree with me? But who didn't agree with me? Who didn't agree with me? Because I did Cold Pieces live. So who on there couldn't agree with me? What did she say that didn't agree? How could she not agree with me with her live? That was her live, not mine's.
She says,
Two went out, but you trying to stop her. Now this Tooth the only one. Man, get out of here. It's the hypocrisy. You the same one that used spiritual detective to tell Tooth don't do it. So cut it out. So I don't care what you said. And never will. Never have and never will. Liar. You mad. You so sick, but you in her. Just like y'all was sick going to parties. Just like y'all sick running the panels lying. Like you did on Ratchets. I don't care what you say. You can keep saying it. You can keep saying it. Went to birthday parties and did some more. Yeah. My kid's good. My kid's good. And if they was like this, guess what? I never stop fighting. I never be where you are. Believe that. Believe that. Believe that. I never be. My kids know that. I'm fighting to the end for mine, unlike you in here fighting strangers. Yeah, go tag somebody in them Detroit streets and ask them, can they lead you to Ypsilanti or somewhere that they think Naziah Harris is? What we talking about? Yeah, you ain't typed Naziah name once. You ain't said her name once. It eats y'all guts up. Uncle Daddy and them, man, the trauma that runs through y'all blood, baby, is deep. And you not gonna put your trauma on me. Sorry. Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah. Yeah, y'all see, this is the advocate for kids. But she wanna, what about my kids? My kids good. Yeah, I know. But what about Naziah? What about your family? Let's talk about it. Where your family member? Where your family member while you in here tagging all of our subscribers and stuff, going back and forth? You so sick. Another lie. I can't tell. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Put that energy into them Detroit streets. Not trying to get money. Not trying. I can do whatever. I can do whatever. I ain't about nothing you talk about. I don't care what you talking about. I don't care. I ain't your woman empowerment. I ain't your woman empowerment. I'm Naziah Harris, woman empowerment. Yeah, I know. I know.
Let me just say, are you saying that Toot was trying to start mess with us weirdos? Cause I don't maybe I'm reading this wrong. I don't believe Toot was trying to start any mess at
I didn't even
all.
start it. I didn't even start it because everybody know I ain't know nothing about it. I wasn't involved in it at all. See the lies she told.
Yeah, I do know Toot was doing it from the heart. I know Toot wasn't trying to be messy or none of that. Toot was trying to do it from the heart.
Let's go, Mocha.
To be honest, had it not been for these content creators, their entire family would have had a party with Auntie Anetta on that life insurance policy.
Let's go, Mocha. She on about meet me in the streets. Girl, you go fight for Naziah. Go fight for Naziah again. Back up off me. Go fight for Naziah. I can scream or whatever. Why you here if it bother you? I can do whatever. I can do whatever, Bucket. Girl, everybody know I did drugs. Kiwana, baby, that ain't no dig, baby. I'm clean. Good and clean. You mad? See what I'm saying? What you mad because I'm clean? I ain't never been ashamed of who I was. You're ashamed of who you are. You're ashamed of your trauma with Uncle Daddy and Great Granny. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. The record that you want to get expunged. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
Survivors.
See, I stand in my truth. I stand in my truth, baby. That's the difference between me and you in my Dr. Dre voice. Go ahead, Shane.
Survivor Speaks. You got to turn your you got to connect your mic and cam so you could come up. Survivor Speaks.
All right, Copies. All right.
Let me try to get some more of.
And Two didn't come in and shut me up. Two didn't come in and shut nothing up. Two didn't come in and shut nothing up. She saved you. She saved you. That's what she did. She saved you, Bucket. Peaches. What about your run in with Lady? What about when you and Lady was running around doing drugs? Did I bring that up? Because that ain't getting me nowhere with Naziah. Everything she throwing at me, y'all, that's because that's her. I know. I know. You still trying to fight. Fight for Naziah.
Salute Survivor Speaks. Let me let Survivor Speaks slide in. Make sure y'all subscribe to Survivor Speaks. She has been covering the Naziah Harris case as well. Come on in, Survivor Speaks. What you want to talk about, Survivor Speaks?
What's up, y'all? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
I had to get out of bed for this one because I got a new phone in. But I'm hearing the echo. Hold on. I think I just turned this off. Hold on. Give me 1 second. All right. All right. Can you still hear me?
Yes, yes.
Shout out to Miss Parker for doing the Lord's work. I watched your. I'm still hearing the echo. Hold on. I need to turn this thing off. Okay. Now, can you hear me now?
Yes. I can't hear you now, Survivor.
Okay. So shout out to Miss Parker for doing the Lord's work.
Thank you, Lynn.
Okay. Hold on. Hold on 1 minute, Shank.
Okay.
Because I don't know why it's giving me. All right, let me do that this way. Now let's see what happened now.
We can hear you.
Okay. So shout out to Miss Parker for doing the Lord's work. Shout out to, I don't know why I'm hearing the echo. I don't know what.
Drop down and come back up. Survivor Speaks. Try that. I'm gonna drop the link again for you, Survivor Speaks, and make sure you got all your social media tabs closed when you come back up. Come on in, Miss Parker.
Yeah, Mocha, exactly. You know what I'm saying? And like Copiece just said for me, you know what I'm saying? I'm a listen to the content creators that's setting blueprints out here, you know what I'm saying, such as Mocha and Copiece, and I can respect them, you know what I'm saying, what they saying, and they telling me not to go back and forth, and they absolutely right, you know what I'm saying? We know what we doing. I ain't gotta prove it no more, Shank, and it is, you know what I'm saying, when the devil try to come in and steal your energy, you know what I'm saying? And that's what it is, the devil, you know what I'm saying? Skeletons are falling out the closet, and as part of it. Trauma lives on and it lives through them. And they gonna, what I'm saying, it just is what it is. But I respect you, Copiece and Mocha, and I'ma go what they said and keep doing what I do. And shout out to the social lady that just came up here. I appreciate you. Thank you. And I appreciate her, you know what I'm saying? And that's just what it is. But I appreciate you, but I definitely appreciate my sisters, my queens, Mocha Unfiltered, Brittany Ann, Shanitra Speaks, and Copiece, and two, you know what I'm saying, for continuing to put up a good fight and stuff like that. So yeah, that's just what it is.
Survivor Speaks.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Hey, Survivor.
Now I can't hear nothing.
I can hear you.
This night they must don't want. Oh yeah, it is connected. Hold on. All right, let me see. Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Are we good now? All right.
Yes.
So shout out to Miss Parker for doing the Lord's work. Shout out to Shank, Mocha, and everybody else that's on your team. I watched your live from yesterday, Miss Parker, and when I tell you I was in tears, I was in tears. So I do cover the Naziah Harris story, but I only do it when something new comes out because it tends to get overwhelming, and especially because instead of Naziah Harris's family focusing on what's important, and that is finding where this baby is, or if somebody in your family knows where this baby is, y'all need to speak up. That's all that matters. So if she is deceased, she is deceased. But the one thing that I want to know, the one question that I want to ask as it relates to Roxy, when they did go over to that house, I don't know if y'all, I'm sure y'all paid attention because Miss Parker and them, y'all thorough all get out. But when she went there, what was the conversation when they turned that camera off and her back was to the camera and everything got real quiet? What did Shannon Harris tell her at that time? So I just think at this point, this is just my opinion, right? So Kiwana and Janelle, they did their reports back in 2022. There was help or whatever, and then Roxy came along and made a bag. Now let me tell y'all something that, and I'm gonna tell y'all something that I do know. There is a channel here on YouTube. I'm not gonna call nobody channel out, but they was getting ready to play a video about Naziah Harris, and I told them that video is false. It's not true. It's not true. Before clicking the view, they was going to play that video anyway. But the video supposedly was released by Roxy. She knew that the video was false as well. So this is what I see Miss Parker fighting so hard for. We don't care about none of that. We care about Naziah Harris. This was a 13-year-old girl, pregnant, clearly, lived in a house full of women, begging a grown 40-something-year-old man for sanitary napkins. He in and out of the house. They saying he's not in and out of the house. He is in the house. He's in the house. He's in the basement. It can be proven. We the text messages. So another thing, Ms. Parker, I was listening to y'all the other.
You went out, Survivor Speaks. Let me let Mocha slide in until you get your audio right, Survivor. Salute, Mocha.
Salute, Shank-Rock. Salute, Miss Parker. Salute, Survivor Speaks. Hey,
Salute,
Chad.
sister.
Look, I didn't come here for a long time, but I just had a few things to say. I want to address Kawana. I'm sitting here and I'm looking at the comments. Y'all know that we all are deeply, deeply involved with wanting justice for Naziah. We do our homework. You know, we if we were in Detroit pretty much by now, we would have more answers. More answers. And Kawana, let me say this. I was one of the very few content creators, baby, that gave both you and Jernell more than one opportunity to say what you had to say. I allowed you to do that. But at the end of the day, y'all still shit in my face with the lies. And I'm going to call it for what I see it. All of this negative energy, and it's nothing personal against you. It's your damn behavior and your attitude is funky. With all this energy that you have, Kawana, you know, to be in Shank-Rock's chat, the man invited you here. We're going to start there first. This is his house, and you have to respect that. Now, for you to come here and get off your rocks on Miss Parker, that's very disrespectful. Very disrespectful. Parker told you she don't want you in her damn chat. She said it, she meant it. You claim you have your own platform. Take your ass over there and do your shit over there and leave that lady alone and let her do her job. Now, every time we're onto something, I don't care who it is, here you pop up. It's always you. You always have something to say. Now, I never wanted to get there with you, Kawana, but you done took me there. You have too much energy for all the wrong shit. You making threats now. You could catch your flight. Catch your damn flight and go look for Naziah. How about that? You know, enough is enough with y'all. Y'all are too, you're talking about immature. That's immature as hell. And every piece of information that people have pulled out on y'all, Jernell don't say shit. It's always you coming out to debunk these lies. Stop it. Just stop it. You know, I'm not going to sit up here and throw Jernell under the bus for shit, Kawana. You're the fucking problem. Jernell gets cheap. I mean, even though her shit ain't squeaky clean either, I'm going to respect that lady because she's not out here fighting the world. You are the one hopping from platform to platform to platform, disrespecting people. It's you. And until you realize you have a problem, ma'am, my only advice to you at this point is go sit the hell down. Stay sitting the hell down. Because Shannon and Marquita didn't lie on you when they gave Parker your information. But you're going to debunk that too. All of y'all are nasty. All of y'all are disgusting. All of y'all have some problems. We have to remember this whole family chat, this whole family comes from a pedophilia background, and they're protecting the monsters. I told y'all Detroit is dirty, and they're the ones that's protecting the monsters. I don't want to hear shit from Kawana, because if she's going to come up here, she's coming to argue, and she ain't going to argue with me. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. Disrespect is disrespect. And you could be as tired of all the bullshit you want, Kawana, but the bullshit starts with you, if you want to be honest. Now, as much as I don't care for Roxy and Kenya, I'm going to be fair. Roxy and Kenya would have never came out here after your ass if you would have never started it first. Your post is the one that started Kenya saying what she said, because y'all were defending Shannon, and y'all knew what Shannon had going on was dead ass wrong. So when you start doing things like that, well, you create the problem. You create the problem, and everything that we're reporting on, Kawana, to be perfectly honest, is everything that's out in the media. And it's nothing nobody made up. It's things that y'all said. And we just go back from what y'all said to this one, that one, the other one, and piece it all together, and ain't shit adding up. That's it. That's all. I have nothing more to say, but I will leave y'all with this. She's messy, 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 and I don't do mess. And I'm not going to sit up here and stay in my platform. I'm not going to stay in my character, not behind these low-life people. You ain't going to argue with me. I'm a grown-ass woman. What you should have been arguing to do is protect a child, and y'all didn't. Y'all failed her, so it ain't nothing y'all could tell me. I'm done.
This is insane. She is literally in the comments trying to fight everybody, talking about dropping addies and pulling up, catching flights. That's why I told you, Miss Parkers, don't do this.
Exactly.
We too grown.
Even when Mocha just said what she said, she can drop an addy for Mocha. Like, what we doing?
What the fuck? I don't, girl. I'm a grown woman. I don't fight. The hell
But
wrong with you?
we don't know where Nazaya is. When everybody say something about Nazaya, we blank stern. We don't know nothing about where Nazaya is, where she could be, a possibility, a direction, a look, or nothing.
Let me slide in, ladies. I got to take Miss Minnie's comment. Appreciate the super chat, Miss Minnie. Miss Minnie says, Kiwana, don't say nothing about two. You didn't respect anything she wanted to do for Nazaya. We give Miss Parker her flowers.
Exactly. Miss Parker out here
Appreciate
doing the Lord's work. And I caught the replay, with the young lady that came up, and it just brought tears to my eyes when I watched it. And I just don't understand. I get drained, and I have to step away from things sometimes. So for this case, when I saw how they was going back and forth on the internet, it is off-putting. It's not about Kiwana. This is not about Roxy. This is not about none of y'all. And if you can't see Miss Parker's passion and what she's doing, and everybody else that's on her team, something is wrong with you. Y'all on this internet walling out, going, where's Nazaya? That's what we want to know. That's all we care about is where is Nazaya? We don't care about who did what and Roxy sexuality and all this other kind of stuff. Where's Nazaya? That is our focus. Justice for Nazaya. That's what we care about. That's it, and that's all.
The thing is,
so Ms. Parker, keep doing what you're doing, because, like I said, you making things happen. Things are starting to form and come into place. Like that young lady that was on your live yesterday. When I tell you I was in tears, she's beautiful. Out here looking for another big victim of this monster. But this family is covering up too much. And ain't nothing wrong. You ain't that sick to be in this daggone chat, typing that disrespect in the chat. So you should be woman enough to come up here and say whatever you saying in the chat, say it to her face. At the end of the day, none of us care about that. The people that's really out here caring about what happened to Nazaya, we don't care about that rah-rah that you talking in the comments. Because you know you're not meeting nobody nowhere. If I drop my addy, you ain't going to come here because you're going to leave 2 ways. 1 or 2 ways. In the ambulance or a body bag. So trust me, Smith & Wesson is one of my best cousins.
It's
So you're not
crazy.
coming nowhere. Keep doing the Lord's work for the whole team that's doing the work over here. I'm new to shanking them, but it's a lot of people that I watch that keep talking about Naziah, but they're spinning false narratives. These people over here really doing the work.
Let me take this super chat.
In the comments, windmilling. Get out of here.
Let me take this super chat real quick from Stephanie. Appreciate that membership, Kawandra. Let me take Stephanie's super chat, yo. Stephanie says, they hate that we love Naziah the way we do. You would think they would say thank you for caring so much and start telling the God honest truth. Anybody want to slide in?
That part. Shank Rock, that's all it takes. Tell the truth. That's all it takes. You know, if they would have given all of that energy, the type of energy that they're bringing in these chat rooms fighting content creators, if they would have given that much energy to Jarvis Butts, we wouldn't be here today. We would not be here today because what they're telling us they don't know, we learn it's a lie. They know. They know. When Shannon sit there in that preliminary hearing and said that Jarvis Butts has been in Naziah's life since she was 2 years old, there's no damn way that family didn't know. So I don't want to hear nothing more they have to say.
Oh, I didn't think nobody else caught. I didn't think nobody else caught that. Yes,
I don't miss
2
shit.
years old.
I don't miss nothing.
I was shocked. I said, so wait a minute. And then when the prosecutor was talking, well, the lead detective who was on the stand reading the text messages. So remember, they was trying to see what span the text messages was from. So if y'all going to go by the text messages, they missed the whole year because the text messages started a year before that, in the year prior to that. And so I didn't think nobody else caught that. But shout out to you, Mocha. I should just subscribe to you. I'm a subscribe to you also, Cold Peace. I'm already subscribed to Miss Parker and part of the membership. But I didn't think nobody else caught that. He been in this baby life for so long. And the simple fact that they did report this to the authorities and CPS, and they did absolutely nothing. Exactly. And in those reports, Naziah Harris' name is in the reports. I couldn't believe they didn't redact that because they redacted everybody else's name.
Exactly. So, isn't that something?
Naziah being a young girl, I done told a great aunt of mine. She told the police. CPS done questioned me. So this must be right, what he's doing to me.
That's right.
She was a child. She didn't understand. So she figured she couldn't turn nowhere else. But all this rah-rah Kiwana y'all doing, what about them other children that was left behind that y'all so-called was going to take custody of? They said that you nor Janelle stepped up to take those other kids. That man messed with his own children. I was in here about to break all the stuff in my office. He gave a 4-year-old the media. What the freak type of stuff is that? Y'all can't tell me that y'all didn't. Well, parents y'all knew what was going on.
Let me slide in, Lake.
Get out of here.
Let me slide in,
Lake. Nobody want to argue and do all that back and forth about what nobody said.
Hold tight though, y'all. Let me slide in. She want to come up now. I gotta let her up, but I'm gonna ask you, ladies. Do y'all think y'all can remain up here with her and let her speak her piece? Or do I just have to put y'all backstage? Because I want her to speak her piece. But I'm going to give you ladies the first priority to let me know how do y'all want to do it.
Let her up. I'm not bothered by her, but, you know, she don't need to come up here screaming and hollering either.
Okay.
And the disrespect for Miss Parker? No, we're not going to do the disrespect for Miss Parker.
That's what I'm saying. Don't let her prove she's going to disrespect me. Absolutely not.
I gotta let her up though. I do gotta let her.
We're not saying not let her up, but if you letting up to disrespect me, let me know that.
Let me say one thing. I don't even know why it's coming to this. all we did was had a good panel today. Like it wasn't nothing. Like I don't know why she even coming at Miss Parker, because nothing, Miss Parker, it was nothing said that me and her were talking about that. Like it's no reason that she should be coming at Miss Parker right now. We had a good panel. You seen the panel?
But this is old news, though. She's been behind Miss Parker, and it
That's
just keeps building up. This ain't nothing new.
Let me let
And
her
that's
up.
why she want to come up.
Let her up. Let her up.
I mean, come on up, Kiwana. And see, for me, I wanted to find out from her. So this is how this demonstration came about. Let me just tell everybody how this demonstration came about. I felt this, though, when the attention was on Shannon and Miss Annette, Kenya and Janelle, they remained in the bushes. I felt like when the attention was on Roxy and her mother, Kenya, I felt like Kiwana and Janelle remained in the bushes. But then when things turned left with Miss Parker and Kiwana and I believe y'all know the other content creator that I'm talking about, that's when they came out of the bushes. And then that's when they came on your platform, Mocha.
Correct.
So my question to Kiwana was, why was it okay when all the attention wasn't on them? It was on Roxy and them. But now that the attention is on Kiwana and Janelle with the demonstration that Cold Piece done, why is they coming out? So that's how we got there. Now, look, ain't but so much I could do now. If you now, let me say this also, Kiwana, you can't expect for nobody to clap at you if you clapping at them. Okay, here she comes up.
Yeah, can I be heard? Hey, how you doing, Shank Rock? Can I be heard?
Yes. Speak your piece.
Okay, so I'm gonna say this.
But let me say this first, Kiwana. Let me just say this. Just don't disrespect Miss Parker. Don't disrespect none of the content creators that's up here.
Yeah, I didn't plan to come and disrespect anyone. I plan to come and say my piece and speak my truth.
Okay.
And so here's the truth. If y'all go over to Miss Parker YouTube, we've been being disrespected all month long. We have been called every name under out the sun for no reason exactly other than hearsay. Now there's talk about, well, Roxy said this and Roxy said that. That's hearsay. If you don't get it straight from the source, if you don't hear straight from us and saying, Kiwana, were you at the party? You would have been told no. The conversation that I had with Shannon was simply because Janelle called CPS on her about the party. I knew nothing about SA, Jarvis, or anything else when it pertained to them kids. When I found out, I reacted. Simple. But instead of understanding that, it's they didn't do this and then they didn't do that and they didn't do that. I can't tell y'all every detail. I can't tell y'all everything we did. Yes, we did go back and forth with Shannon Marquita. Yes, we absolutely did. I did not just say in the comments that I was threatened to be jailed. Who do y'all think called the police? Vari was being protected by us. And they called the police to say Kiwana and Jernell. And so Marquita called my phone to disrespect me and say, oh, you need to send him home. And then they called the police to say, we got him. And the police then hopped on us. But since I'm in the city, Janelle is an hour away. Guess who house they surveillance to assure that, oh, if we see Vari, you going to jail. They got the call in my phone, calling, threatening me. That's because they gave them my number. So it's all this talk about, well, what you should have did and you should have did that. I'm a mother first. I'm a mother first. Okay? And that doesn't say I didn't fight for the children to get custody of them, but that's saying, or it's almost like it's being said, throw your kids out there You know, let your kids go to custody and fight for everybody else's kids. It's not my fault what the adults did not adopt for their children. And I want to be honest here. Before the kids went to Annette, guess who asked to get the children? We were back and forth with Lady about no, let us get the plan was from the jump. One of us was gonna get the kids. Lady chose her mother. See, that's what y'all don't know. Everybody's spinning narratives, saying what they want to say, but then when we say something that's disrespectful, how about how we feel? Everybody get to say anything that they want to say, but then when we speak out and say what we want to say, it's Kiwana a problem. Kiwana been quiet. Kiwana was minding her business, not bothering nobody, doing what she needed to do before anybody knew when it came to the kids. Oh, now it's, oh, you only made one for CPS report. I beg to differ. We made multiple CPS reports that y'all haven't even seen. They won't even come off. That is the reason why we did the media news report about when we found out about what the police did. That was in real time. We were there to talk about CPS and so on. That was in real time. We didn't know none of this was going on. So my problem I have with this is everybody get to be selfish and come for me or Janelle, however y'all want to call it, when we're the actual loved ones that stepped out here. Now it's what Roxy did. I didn't take any credit from Roxy about the things that she tried to do. Roxy took credit from us. So with y'all getting videos that was last year, there were a whole bunch of videos that she had to take down where she started to mess with us. What she called the mess is us simply being asked a question on Community Advocate Network. And that question was, do we agree with the GoFundMe? We have never, it was never something that I sat back and said, oh, I agree with the GoFundMe. I spoke my truth and so did Janelle. We were not in agreement with the GoFundMe. All them videos y'all playing is the aftermath. Okay? Before that, we were already being chewed out on the internet for no reason. That video y'all see with Mark D, Kenya, and Roxy, me and Janelle, that went on for a whole year. All that mess went on for a long time before when we came to Community Advocate Network, that was a year later, after we had already faced cyber bullying and slander, meanwhile we mourning for a child that we put, and let me say this, nobody is saying, oh, we did this, oh, we did that. Maybe I'm wording it wrong, but what I'm saying is the point of us putting it out and wanting it in the media, because we were not going to let them get away with saying she ran away. Okay? They were saying she ran away, and I'm talking about Annette, Marquita, and Shannon. We're saying to the police, she's a runaway. That is why Janelle went to Mark D. That is why we did a clip on the news. And anytime y'all seen us on the news, we were solely speaking about the kids. Our conversation didn't go left until everybody else's conversation went left. We were going to keep it on Community Advocate Network, and that was the end of it. SD wanted us to come on to her panel. And we told her then, SD, we really not trying to do this because we don't want to appear like we keep going on everybody's panels. Our goal is to speak about these kids and see who can stand with us and see one stand for all. We all stand with each other. And she said, well, this is what it's not. We're not going to make it messy. This is what it's going to be. And it took off from there. Once we went on there, then they came back with something to say. All y'all got to do is go look. They were going crazy on social media. That's how the back and forth started. This went on over a year before we said anything. So now we go on SD platform after we told her, listen, this is not what we're trying to do. And these are the reasons why. But since you have been writing for us and we respect you, this is what we're going to do. Okay? So the hurt wasn't that, oh, we went and told her all our business. No, the hurt was we told you before we came on that this is not what we were trying to do. And then when she went to throw and say all the things that she said, my only thing was you could have called us. You talk to us regularly. I have no problem saying what it is and what it wasn't. But you're not gonna paint me out to be the bad guy, and we're gonna sit another year and let everybody just spin what they want to spin. We did that. And you know where that got us? We did that. We were dogged out all year long. See, y'all missing a whole lot of stuff. And the people that know, that's been there from the beginning of time. I'm talking about over a year ago when this first happened, when all the videos first start dropping. And Mocha, that was not my post. And see what I'm saying? How quick something can spin off? I'm not the one that made a post. I didn't have a social media. That was Kenya post. That was a back and forth with Kenya, Marquita, and Shannon. Kiwana had nothing to do with Facebook. Nothing to do with a post. The only thing Kiwana had to do with was when and then just like again, I know I keep jumping, but it's a lot I want to clear up. I just saw Miss Parker saying, well, Kiwana and Janelle was on the phone talking and gossiping about this child, saying hello. Girl, let me tell you about Annette. All these kids being molested. How was that fair? That wasn't the conversation. The conversation was, I miss the kids. We at war with the household. I just needed somebody to talk to. This was who I consider my older cousin. She's a part of the family. Why can't I have this conversation with her? I was already doing it. It ain't like, hey, what do you think I should do? We were already doing this stuff. We were already making multiple CPS reports that y'all have yet to see. Y'all see 5. There's many more in other counties. We were already doing it. So I didn't call to say, help me, help me. I simply needed to talk to her as an older cousin. We were already having conversations. What she decided to do after is call Annette and call the mother of the little girl, and boom, she got her clarity to see that what is everything I said was actual and factual. And then Marquita and Shannon came for her on Facebook because they did not appreciate her calling their mama, asking anything. And then Kenya put the post up. That was not Kiwana.
If you don't mind me
So
asking, when was the first time y'all reported to CPS?
the first report that I made was in 2022 when I found out about Jarvis and I found out he was touching any kids.
Exactly. So that's what we're saying. Now in my video, I never said you. I'm going by what Janelle said, that the first time that they reported to CPS was 2022. That's what I'm trying to get everybody to see. Even though he's been around since 2009, and even though she found out, I think it was like 2013, 2020, yeah, 2013, that he was a offender. Nothing happened all the way between that time, all the way until 2022 was the first time CPS ever got reported. So we not dispelling that y'all didn't do what y'all saying y'all did, and how many. Yeah, y'all probably did it multiple times after that. But what I'm trying to get people to see is before that. You get what I'm saying? Like, ain't nobody coming on here to attack you, to attack none of y'all. I'm just putting out what I'm hearing being said.
So let me address that. Janelle said that she knew or whatever as far as before 2022, and when she found out, she said what she did. Janelle can speak for herself, but I'm sure that everybody has heard her say multiple times that she called to make sure that they knew that he was a pedophile and around the kids and whatever, and everything that she did. And they told her it was nothing that they can do because whatever their reason was. She also reported in 2022. Janelle was reporting in 2022 too.
Exactly.
Janelle reported in 2022 after she found out about the party. The party didn't happen years ago. The party happened in 2022. See that all that party y'all got, that's not the party. That's
But
not the party.
Kenya's first post is January of 2022.
Kenya
It's not
post
February, it's not March, it's January of 2022. I got the post.
and Kenya post happened after the party.
But
And
she
it
said
wasn't
that so that happened in 2021 then, correct?
no, the party didn't happen in 2021.
There were
I don't
multiple
know that.
parties.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know the exact date of the party. I didn't
One
know
party,
about the
one party
party.
was at Shannon's.
The
One party
party
was
was
at
at Shannon's
Shannon's
house
in Clinton Township,
in
and the
Clinton
next party was
Township.
at Annette's.
No, the party where children were touched is that we were talking about as far as the CPS reports was the party that happened at Shannon House. That's the party in question. That's the party that the three little girls, Naziah, my other little cousin, and the other little cousin. They were at Shannon House, and they were at her house when that happened. And when I found out about it, I was dropping clothing off for the kids. And Shannon said, "Guess what Janelle did to me?" I hadn't talked to Janelle in a minute. We had fell off from from talking for a little bit, and that's that. And I said, when Shannon told me, "Guess what Janelle did to me?" I stopped her in her tracks to say, "Well, Shannon, that don't make sense because." First and foremost, why would children lie about something like that? And why would she then go on to make CPS reports for no reason? It don't make sense. I was cut off in 2022. Once Shannon felt like I sided with Janelle, that was the it for me. We were not seeing any children, me or Janelle. I was getting calls from the kids on my phone, but we wasn't visually seeing children. We were cut off. We were considered ops.
So when did you first meet Jarvis?
I never actually met Jarvis. I never actually met Jarvis. When I seen my first time seeing Jarvis, him and Shannon was having a fight outside. And I came out to defend Shannon and saying, "You not finna put your hands on her." They were going back and forth, and him and Shannon, they both was acting crazy. He was talking stuff to her. He was getting loud with her, and she was getting loud with him, and it was arguing about some females. And I said, "Shannon, you got bigger fish to fry, and your kids is gonna see this," and so on. I have never been around Jarvis, chilling with Jarvis, talking to Jarvis, none of that. Hell, I didn't even know Jarvis had a record or was an offender or anything like that until 2022. And that's not taken from Janelle because, again, when she found out, it's not like she didn't try to do something. But God, dog, what do y'all think that we can do that? Do y'all not understand? Yeah, we leaned on the system to do their job. Absolutely. We absolutely did. Outside of leaning on the system to do their job, yes, we were back and forth with the household. I said multiple times I got threatening voicemails because this how much getting into it with the twins I did. Oh, well, you should have did this. You just taking Vari in, listen to what Vari say. Vari this and the Vari that. And I'm standing for the children. Like, no, he not gonna just lie to me.
So let me ask you this. Jarnell said she knew 2019 that he was a pedo. And y'all went to the appropriate people. That's what she said. Nothing was done.
We didn't
He was
anything because I did not know.
okay, he wasn't on a registry or nothing like that. So being that she knew, and I'm pretty sure as she knew, eventually at some point she mentioned it to you. How is it possible to know this information, knowing that he's, a pedo, knowing that he's not on a registration, but yet he's in Annette's home, in Shannon's home, amongst all these children, and these children are in harm's way, and it's like because the system did nothing, y'all just left it at that, and y'all did nothing.
So let me respond to that. First and foremost, Jarnell, I didn't know anything about. I keep saying I did not know anything about Jarvis being SO until 2022. And that ain't something that I gotta lie about or Janelle gotta lie about. We didn't have that conversation. I didn't know about I don't have to lie and say, "Oh, I knew." If I knew, I would just say I knew. I did not know.
Mm-hmm.
And when she found out, she said exactly what she did. I'm not gonna speak for Janelle because she can speak for herself. But what I am saying is I did not know. You just made an assumption, Mocha, saying, "Well, I'm sure she told you." I'm telling you from my mouth that when
Okay.
I found out was in 2022, so we don't have to cross that line again.
And I have to respect that. You said you didn't know. I'm gonna respect that. That's the least I could do is respect that. Because I'm repeating to you what I heard Jarnell say. And I just thought y'all were in it together. I just
We
was
were
under the assumption that you knew as much as she knew.
We were in it together starting from 2022. That's why I keep saying Janelle was already making calls and in a back and forth about this because she was in 2022. She was already in a back and forth with them. She had already called CPS. I found out when I went to drop the clothing off, and Shannon said, guess what Janelle did to me? Let me tell you about Janelle. I hadn't talked to Janelle.
Can I ask a question? So
Let me
I want to
take
ask.
hold
Okay,
tight
go
for
ahead.
1 second.
I'm
Let me
sorry.
take this question from the chat. Britt says, "So where are the kids? You said the lady lied to y'all."
No, what I said was the person that's been giving us the information as far as where the children about their well-being, she's the same person that came on SD Live. Her name, we're gonna call, SD said, we're gonna call her Tony. She lives on the street. We call and check in with her all the time as far as, have you seen the children? Are the children clean? This and that and the other. Are they safe? We can't see the children. They're not going to allow us to see the children. And she has told us yes, yes, and yes. I said that I wouldn't assume she would lie to us. I would hope not. That's what I said. And I talked to her not long ago again because she got upset when she seen it. She said, I wouldn't lie to y'all about that. And I said, well, that's all I want to make certain of because I don't want to be made out to be a liar like we don't give a damn about the kids. Okay? And when we do. And she said, I don't have no reason. She was very upset. She said, I would not lie about nothing like that.
But the
Now, I
kids,
don't know.
and I get that, Kiwana, but the kids are gone.
The kids are not.
The kids
I
are
don't.
gone, Kiwana, for a fact. The kids are gone.
I'm gonna say
And they're
this.
split, and they're not even in the same household.
The children are not with CPS. I don't know what's going on. I can't tell y'all what's going on because again, if y'all think that we just have been sitting back, not trying to make phone calls, not trying to see what's going on ourselves, I want to let y'all know now that that is not true. Just like it wasn't true that we didn't try to get the key. We didn't know when she went on the live to say we weren't trying to get kids. We called us 4 times. That's not true.
Let's hear me out. So I had a phone call today from one of Jarvis's baby mama's sisters. Jarvis baby's mama's sister. And they are in the process of helping one of his kids try to get the kids because they're split up and she don't like it. And the woman had no reason to even lie to me because that wasn't even the focus. So this is what I'm saying. Like, and this is from somebody up in the courthouse up in Detroit. She don't got the kids. It's just 2 different people that don't talk to each other at all. That has no reason to make that up and tell a lie at all. And even Marquita said it, and Shank Rock heard Marquita say, what she say, Shank? She don't got the kids. Didn't
Well,
you
we
hear
know
it come
Marquita
from
don't got her
Marquita?
kids. Her baby daddy
No,
got her
not Marquita.
kids.
No. Shannon.
Oh, Shannon.
I was on the phone with Marquita and Shannon and Dre. And Shank Rock was sitting right here with him on speaker. And Shannon don't got her kids. This is what I'm telling you.
It's true.
Thank you,
Well,
Shane.
I'm just being honest. I don't know. You know, like I said, she got upset and said, I'm not a liar. I wouldn't lie to y'all. And it's been calls made after that. It's been calls made to CPS and workers to find out, listen, what is going on? Is the kids in custody? We've been very adamant about saying we would like to be family members to help with the kids, get the kids. That's happened. So I don't know what's going on at this point. I'm hearing this from a person that's a very close source that live on the block, that see the kids, and I'm hearing something else from the internet. We don't know what's going on. All I'm telling y'all is what I've went on and as far as checking in on the children,
Well, I'm just
she's
saying,
been
I just can't. I know you probably did, but I'm just saying, why would Marquita lie with Shannon sitting there? It was me, Shannon, and Dre, and Shank Rock's on my end. So I can't see Marquita saying with her sister right there that the kids are gone, and I'm going by what a neighbor say when Shannon's sitting
Yeah.
there.
And Shannon didn't debunk it.
She did, and Shank Rock sitting right there, Mocha.
Right.
Let me grab this
Well,
question from my chat real quick. Appreciate that cash donation, BJ. BJ says, how many kids before y'all found out about Jarvis? I guess how many kids did he inappropriate touch before y'all find out about Jarvis?
I don't know exactly how many kids have been touched. I only know what y'all know. We know about the 4-year-old and the other kids that we know about, but all this was brought about after Naziah. I didn't know none of this stuff prior to. I didn't know none of this stuff prior to.
Wait, you had to know if y'all started reporting because y'all said y'all reported
Prior
2020.
to 2022, let me be very clear when I speak. 2022. So as far when he say other kids, is he talking about outside the house, inside the home? Because as far as I know, it's been Naziah. I know what y'all know. My other little cousin, y'all heard the testimony like I did, and my other little cousin. But again, I found all this out in 2022.
Oh, and let me ask you this: when you guys were on my panel, I presented the question to you all, and that question was, okay, Shannon claimed to have been pregnant at the same time with Naziah. And I asked you all more than one time on my panel, was that baby that Shannon had, was it Naziah's baby? And Janelle responded to me, oh no, all those babies are Shannon's babies. But that's not what the court is saying.
So what is the
That
court saying?
that's
Because
not what
I haven't
that's
heard
not
the
what
court.
public records is saying. Public records is saying of the 5 children Shannon has, three of the children are definitely Jarvis Butts. Well, no, actually, all 5 are Jarvis Butts. 3 of them, I mean, 2 of them don't belong to Shannon.
Yeah, that's not true. I don't know where this info is coming from.
That's
Oh
public
no, no,
record.
no.
So it's on
That's
paper,
public records. You
Kiwana.
can't say it's not
Yeah.
true. That's in the
Yeah.
courthouse.
No. When y'all see them DNA tests, because I seen them DNA papers too, that happened after Naziah came up missing. That's about Jarvis.
No, ma'am. That's
No,
about
ma'am.
Shannon.
No, ma'am. No,
That's
ma'am.
about Shannon. Shannon went to do a paternity test after Jarvis got locked up.
Yep.
That's not
And she
about that's excuse me. Y'all have that all wrong. She was forced to take a DNA test
No,
on her
she was
children.
not. No, she was
Yes,
not. No,
wow.
she was not. No, she was not. She made
I'm
an
so
appointment. No, she was not. I'm
no,
gonna put
no, no,
those
no, no,
records
no, no,
out there.
no.
No, she was not Shankrock. I'm telling
I'm
you.
saying that she was.
Listen,
No, ma'am.
are y'all asking me or telling me? Because I'm telling y'all what we know so far.
But you just said y'all don't know
You
no
don't
more
know
than we know.
nothing. Yeah, you
No,
said y'all don't know nothing.
as far as her kids, those are Shannon kids. And the DNA test from when we saw all that stuff that's public record as far as DNA test, the only thing that we can think of is they wanted to prove what children were Jarvis children or not. It had nothing to do with if the kids were Shannon's or not. And as far as
Why would 3 of the children come back? 99.99% Jarvis, right?
mm,
And then the state has two the other 2 children on hold. We have to
which
make this
I
make
didn't see
sense.
all that. Now y'all didn't listen. I would
There you
like to
go.
see that myself because I ain't see that.
Right,
I'm not
Mark.
even gonna sit up here and
There you
lie
go.
about that.
We have to
I ain't
make it
seen
make
that.
sense. Uh-huh.
And
I ain't seen
Shankrock
none of that now. So I'm not.
on the paperwork, it say that Shannon made the however the responding versus the defense. However, Shannon made the appointment. It was never court. It never says court order like the other ones say court order. It
Right.
said she made an appointment on the 10th. That she went and made. It definitely says she went and made the appointment on the 10th.
See,
It
like I
never
said,
say
I ain't
nothing
seen none of
about
that.
court
I'm
order.
I'm going off of the DNA test that we seen, and the first thing I said we came to the assumption of is that they must wanted to see if those kids because we told them that Jarvis was still around as far as that Shannon was lying and saying he wasn't around anymore. And we're like, well, all y'all got to do, she's got other kids with him. So if he was definitely around because she's constantly having more babies. Okay. And as far as Vari, I want to make this real clear, real fast, because I keep hearing this spin. Yes, I took Vari to the hospital. Absolutely did. And matter of fact, that was the time that he ran away. Okay. I absolutely took Tavarius to the hospital. I can even say the hospital wasn't far from where I lived. So, did I go in the hospital? Did I ever go in the hospital and stand beside the young lady? No, but I know for a fact that Vari was going in that hospital with his baby mother because she was having the baby. Now, I don't have to lie about
Kiwana,
this.
did y'all ever think to ask why Vari's baby mama went missing around the same time Nazaya did?
I absolutely didn't. But what I can say from what I know is she had her own things going on at home. And I didn't know nothing about this girl running away. When I found this out is when y'all found this out. I have never sat around Vari's the mother of his baby and knew anything about this. When the internet came out and said the young lady ran away 6 months, we were in oh my too. This ain't like we knew she ran away. We knew what she was. That is not true. We've been seeing that spin as well. Like, no, not at all. We didn't know anything about that.
Wait a minute. Hold tight for a minute. I got to take these super chats. Appreciate that, Stephanie. Stephanie says, I take my hat off to y'all content creators. Y'all definitely did your homework for Naziah. And I got a question from Britt for you, Kiwana. Britt says, have your source sent you a picture or you just believe her from a phone call?
No, I never asked for a picture. She never sent a picture. I absolutely believed her from a phone call. Yes, I did.
Can I
Yep.
ask her a question?
Yeah, go ahead,
I just want to
Survivor.
ask you a question. I want to piggyback on something right here.
But
So I
that's not
heard ladies
saying.
say,
Go ahead.
I heard ladies say in a video um, that Annette had multiple CPS cases and the children were never supposed to be there in the first place. Do you have any knowledge about that?
You said what lady? You talking about lady?
Lady, Naziah's mother, she was on a video and she said that Annette had Annette had several CPS cases, and no children were supposed to be in the house under her care. Do you know if is there any truth to that? Because lady said that in the video with her face showing and everything, so it was her.
I never seen that video. I would love for somebody to send it to me. I've seen ladies speak on the Roxy video, and I ain't hear her say nothing about her mama having CPS reports.
Oh, okay. It's on I saw it on Facebook, and it was her.
Okay, I'm not saying that you lying about it. I'm just simply saying that I've never seen it.
Okay,
And
so I
as
just
far
wanted
as
to
her
know if there
having
was any
multiple
truth to that.
CP, yeah, as far as her having multiple CPS reports, we spoke out about that. We spoke out about that. We absolutely did. That's what is all this 40 years of CPS stuff. You know what I'm saying? When those CPS reports came out and we found that it was reports made back then as well, we were like, oh wow. We thought we were only talking about our CPS reports. Okay, so yeah, we know that
So when I present this
now.
video, when I present this paperwork showing that Shannon made the appointment to the DNA, how are you gonna feel? Because you're saying you know for a
I'm
fact
gonna
when
feel exactly how I said I was gonna feel. I just said that I've never seen it. That's honesty. Like,
okay,
stop trying to
okay.
make me out to be a liar, please and thank
I
you.
didn't know. I just said how are
You
you gonna
said,
feel?
how am
I
I
didn't
gonna
say you're
feel?
lying. I never said you see what I'm saying? I never said you was lying. I
Okay,
said
well,
when I present it.
if you present that paperwork to me, I don't know how I'm gonna feel. Shocked for sure. I don't know how I'm gonna feel. I'm gonna try to find out what I need to find out as far as that paperwork. Cause as far as I've always known, all those kids are Shannon kids. And
And
so
another
I
and
would have
another
to like
No, I'm talking about the fact that you said that the court did it, but the court didn't do it. Shannon made an appointment, and I'm just saying for y'all to, if y'all really trying to get to where y'all say y'all trying to get, I just want you to open your eyes to the fact that y'all might hear from the family this because y'all ain't heard none but lies. But when in fact Shannon made that appointment herself, it wasn't court ordered. You get what I'm saying? To get that DNA on the 10th.
Let me let Mocha slide in. Come on, Mocha.
Yeah, come on. And I just have another question, one more question, and I'm done. When y'all were on my panel, it was said that lady introduced Jarvis to the family, right?
Right.
That's what was said. That's not true.
Well,
That's
I
not true.
said,
And the reason I'm gonna tell you it's not true. The reason I'm gonna tell you it's not true. Your auntie Annette, she's a piece of work now. Jarvis's oldest daughter was in a system, and Annette was the foster parent to Jarvis's older daughter. And y'all telling me that lady introduced Jarvis to that family? No, ma'am. Annette had dealings with Jarvis when he had his first child with that old lady. Because from what we found out recently, Annette was taking Naziah and Zanaya to go and meet Jarvis's daughter.
yeah,
And y'all didn't know
I don't
nothing
know.
about that?
Yeah, I know absolutely nothing about that. And let me say this, I never said that lady that was something that SD said. Kiwana ain't never came on nobody panel and said
Oh,
lady
I didn't get that from
introduced.
SD. I didn't get that from SD.
Well, I'm saying that she said it. She said it in the comments, and I commented on your page. And she came in and she said, Mocha, I was told by the family that lady introduced Jarvis to the twins or whatever she said, however she said it. And I commented and said, you was told that by who? Because we were the only ones she was talking to. And I
Right.
said,
And
because
I
I
didn't I
never
didn't see I
said
didn't see
that.
that in the comments. All I know is I heard what was on the panel. What was
Yeah, that
repeated
was
on the
something,
panel.
and that was something. But I do want to say this. I came in here to address the conversation that was being had via Mocha, via Miss Parker, via Cold Piece. You know, I didn't really come over here to be like in the interview. No disrespect, Shane,
That's
but
cool.
I'm solely saying that because it was a lot of things being said before I came over here, and I want to just be real honest right now, woman to women. It's not right when you guys are saying things that you are saying, and if I've never gave you a reason to say it. If I'm upset, it's because we've been through a lot. I've been through a lot. If y'all feel some type of way about what's going on, what do you think we feel? We're actually family members. We are family members. We haven't even had time to be able to mourn or deal with the situation the way we're supposed to, because we it's been cyber after cyber. And I'm gonna say this: when I came on your panel, Mocha and Miss Parker, I came on y'all panel giving my true me. So for me to come give my true me, and then as soon as we gone, it's little stuff being said about us. That's not cool. Because you said many a times, Miss Parker, I like you, Kiwan, I like you. But then as soon as you go on your show, on your YouTube, I'm getting messages. Ooh, that Miss Parker over there talking about y'all, and I come on for a minute, and you over there chewing us out. It's almost like, which one is
If
it?
I see lies and misinformation from y'all, I'm gonna call it
Right,
out
but
every
what's the
time.
lies? What's the lies though? Because I just cleared up the lies. You were saying what you thought to be lies. What you
No,
thought to
I'm
be
saying what I
lies.
do is homework. I do is
Right.
homework. Just like you great argue with me about Shannon having them kids when, like I just said, it came out the horse's mouth.
I'm saying, and I'm still saying that I would need to see that, because as far as I know, being a relative is every child that Shannon had, and it ain't no relative you gonna get on a panel that's gonna say anything different. That all from what I know is I've known those to be her children. So it's almost like, what else do you expect for me to say if I've known all those children to be hers? You can't get an answer out of me that I can't give you. But what I am saying is, you have many times said, "Oh, Kiwana, I rock with you. We rock with y'all." I'm like this. This is the type of person I am. I'm a Capricorn. You say you a Capricorn. One thing about Capricorns, we don't act like we like people when we don't. I don't go around and act like I like people. That was why I was upset. But as
I'm giving my commentary how I give my commentary.
you can
That's
give
my
your commentary,
Capricorn.
how you give your commentary. But what I'm saying
So
is, upon you giving your commentary, you're saying things that's not actual and factual. Like for
I say
instance,
what comes out of your mouth, so I don't know what other way to
what
do it.
okay, but what comes out of my nothing that you said on your panel here lately has been nothing that came out of my mouth.
I
It,
speak
it
what y'all
has not
say.
been
I
nothing
only
that's
show
came
what
out of
y'all
my. It's
say.
been stuff that the internet said, but not something that came out of my. Because everything coming out of my mouth now, I've never turned. It's always gonna come out of my mouth because this is all I can tell you. And then I say the same to you, Mocha. We gave you enough, it's respected you enough to come on your panel. And before I came up here, you were like, "Oh, Kiwana, it's you, it's you, it's you. You argue panel, you go on." I have not flip flop panels. I
Is
have
the
not flip flop.
disrespect. Mocha spoke up because I was sitting here, Kiwana. And the thing is, I sit here and I watch. I watch. And before I made a comment in regards to you, I watched the anger. Yeah, baby, the way you type, you could feel the energy, and
Let me
it
ask
makes
you a
no
question,
sense.
Mocha. When you get
Uh-huh.
done, I'm gonna let you finish because I don't want to appear that I'm cutting you off. But I have a question for you when you're done with this one.
Okay, and the way you present yourself going into these chats, the anger. And the only thing I said, everything that I said, and I'm not gonna retract it and I will not take it back. And the only thing I could say to you is if you're uncomfortable with any content creator out here and the way they deliver their content, if it bothers you in such a way, my only advice to you is to stay out of their chats. Stay out of the bushes. And then that way you won't have to argue. You won't have to scream. You won't have to try to present yourself to be right because it's all a distraction. Every single time we get to a point to where as new information is coming to the forefront, it's ironic. Nobody else pulls up but you. And that's the way it's been.
So let me
And I
let
could
me
only
read.
call it for what I see it. And then the disrespect. Like Miss Parker just said, she give her commentary. Miss Parker gives her commentary the way she gives it. And as a content creator, everybody has to respect that. Either you like it or you don't like it. Watch it or
Okay,
don't watch it. Everybody has a choice.
so
But to
let me ask you a
disrespect
question.
her the way you do, that's not
Absolutely.
that's not acceptable.
So let me respond to that. Now, you just said that I disrespected Miss Parker. If you and that I was upset. If you
Mm-hmm.
go to Miss Parker live for about the last several lives, it has been everything but Nazaya. Kiwana this, Janelle that, we this, we that. She got on a bucket hat. We wear bucket hats up here. We absolutely do. Bucket hats and we got a lot of different things we wear up here in my city. And so my thing is if we talking about Nazaya, how did it become okay, we concerned with Azaya, but we want to talk about Kiwana's a whore, Janelle's a whore. They're all whores. Everybody screwed Jarvis. They're screwing Jarvis. That's a
I ain't never
narrative.
said
That's
you
a
slept with
lie.
Jarvis, so quit lying. Quit lying on
So
me.
we can
That's your
so we can
problem.
go to your
See,
we
that's
can
what
go to
that's
your
why I do what I do to you,
so
Kiwana.
listen,
You
I'm
lie
willing
to
to
us.
bet everybody on this
Nobody's ever
panel.
said I never said you slept with Jarvis, so cut it out.
So it don't have to solely be slept with Jarvis, but you're saying a lot of disrespectful things.
But you just said
You're
I said
saying a
you
lot of
slept with
disrespectful
Jarvis.
things.
You just
So,
lied.
Mocha,
That's
my
why I don't
question
rock
is for
with
you,
you.
Mocha. My question is for you. Just because you have a YouTube page that gives you a right, and I'm saying you said disrespecting Ms. Parker.
Mm-hmm.
Having a YouTube page gives you the right to disrespect people, to disrespect that's considered commentary when it comes to children, right?
When you're not believed.
If you fighting for my little cousin, the little cousin that I came for to make sure that people knew
There it
about.
goes.
Hey, there it go. What am I saying wrong?
But
It's
let
We
me
always
we
answer,
what
spoke.
let
you
me answer your
did.
We
question.
hold on. Let me.
Let me,
I'm not done with what I'm saying though. We
okay, go
spoke
ahead.
out so people would know, or we never would have spoke out about it. We would have let it be hushed, and then nobody would have known because it would have been a closed case, runaway. My point is not give us flowers and candy, but if we spoke out about it, how is that equivalent to, oh, we don't want nobody talking about it? That doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. That was the reason why we spoke out, to make people aware this is going on.
Never
So it's
said
not
y'all didn't want
equivalent.
nobody to speak out. I never said y'all didn't want nobody to speak out about it. Never said that. It's the lies.
Let me slide
Miss
in.
Parker, I'm not lying. You have been saying a whole
I've
lot of
never
disrespectful stuff on
told
your
nobody
panel.
y'all didn't want nobody to speak out. What I said is
It don't
y'all
have
didn't, every
nothing to
I
do
said
with
every time
Nasiah.
somebody want to do something good for this baby, y'all shut it down. That's what I said.
No, it's
You
not
quit
about doing
lying,
good.
dog.
It's
That's
not
all
about
you
doing
do.
good. Let me
That's
say
all you
this.
do.
Let
That's
me
all
say
y'all
this.
do, dog. That's
Your
what you
thing
do.
was you was upset about something that she wasn't even upset about. You was
I could
upset
be
about
upset.
something.
Who are you to tell me what
You're
I
not
can't
the
be
one that
upset
came to
about?
me.
You can't tell me,
I was
Kiwana,
at
you
my.
don't run
You're not
me.
the
I
one
can
that
talk
came
about
to
what I
me
want to talk
and
about.
asked me
Move
about
on.
doing
Next.
anything. You're
Next.
not the one that did it. If
Next.
she wasn't upset about it,
Next.
why were you?
Next. Because I was. Next.
Well, she
Let,
wasn't.
let me
Next.
slide.
So you were
Miss
making it something it didn't
Next.
need to be
Say
because she
something.
wasn't upset about it. She
Miss
understood exactly where we were coming from.
Next.
Miss Parker and
It's not a
Kiwana, let me
next.
slide. Let me slide in, y'all. I gotta take these super chats. Britt says, "Do you know Jasmine, Jarvis' daughter?"
I don't know any of Jarvis' children outside of the children that's my cousin's children. No,
All right.
not at all.
Tom Wolf says, what about your comment if Roxy in the phone enclosed answered that and say her name, blood don't make you family?
I don't get it. What
Appreciate
does
the
that
super
mean?
stickers, Miss Erica. Appreciate the
She
super
said
stickers.
what she said my comment about Roxy. What about my comment? I made that comment. I did. Because before I came on here, the conversation was what Roxy did and what we did to Roxy. And I'm like, wait a minute, y'all are missing plenty of videos. But the people that's been following this over a year ago that know from the beginning know that me and Janelle never came for Roxy or Kenya at all. In fact, we didn't have nothing to say until a year later. Like we've been saying this the whole time.
Well, I seen most of them videos because, like I said, if you go down my page, I started working on this case a year ago. I did a video and then I stopped because it was just so much bullcrap going on.
Right. So if you seen them videos, you would know that the video that Kenya, Mark D, and Roxy did was about me, and it was about something that had nothing to do with Nasiah at all. And that kept going on.
But
And
that
we let
video,
it go on.
the video I posted today on my the video I posted of Roxy on my platform, you overlooked the reason why I was posting it. That's what it is. It's
Yes.
not about specifically the heading of that, what she had wrote on the picture, none of that.
Yep, that was a recent video. That wasn't an older video. That was a recent video, and that video was done after we did the interview with SD.
Right after y'all talked about
She
her.
felt some type of way about the video, whatever we did with SD, and then she tried to say that we leaked her information and all type of stuff, that her girlfriend was a cop and so on. And then she put up charges. Let me be clear, because everybody keep talking about these charges. You were speaking on it today, Miss Parker. I have never been convicted of a carjacking. And while everybody is talking about this charge, and since Roxy brought it out, let me say that was ladies' charge, since we want to have that conversation. Okay. Witness never showed up. It was found that I was not involved. It was dismissed. There's that. I've never been convicted of a crime. But had I been, to put information out on the internet, it's crazy. People saying it was expunged. No, it was not expunged.
You
It
said
was
that.
dismissed. No, I never
You said
said that.
you did in my chat and screenshot. You said I got that expunged off my
I
record.
was responding. I said it was not expunged off my record. I said I was never charged for it. It was another commenter that said it was expunged charge. And I said, no, it wasn't expunged. I was never charged. That's what I said. It was
So
dismissed.
so was y'all not like deliberately going around? This is a question. I'm not accusing y'all of nothing, but was y'all deliberately going around shutting down everybody that was trying to do something for Nasiah? Because from what I seen, that's why I played
Mm-mm.
the video.
No,
that
that's not true.
that's
It
what it's like.
that's not true though. It wasn't that we was shutting down what anybody wanted to do with Nazaya. It was about us not wanting to. We wanted to wait on all facts because what y'all have seen is preliminary. Preliminary is not even half of evidence as far as what they have. They supposedly have stuff that we don't know they have. Okay, that they have proven him guilty or whoever and however this case is gonna go. That's what the trial is for. So we just solely want to give respect to the case and waiting for the trial to be over with before we just stamped saying goodbye.
Yeah,
That's
but
that's just it.
doing it to say goodbye.
That's
It's
what a memorial is. A
preliminary
memorial is saying
trial.
goodbye.
But it didn't have to be a memorial. It
And
didn't have
that's
to
what
be.
we
It didn't
spoke
have to be a
about that. And
memorial.
that's what she
You could have did
understood. And that's
anything.
why she changed the name of it.
Yeah, and not just not just a content creator. It could have As a matter of fact, let me just say this from a content creator's standpoint, right? We wouldn't be where we are today. I'm going to be perfectly clear. We would not be where we are today having this discussion with you, having this discussion with Jarnell, Roxy, King, and none of y'all. We wouldn't have this discussion with none of y'all if you all, because it starts with y'all. You all started coming out here putting all your family dirt out because literally, and to be totally honest, our focus was Annette, Shannon, Marquita, along with Jarvis. Then all this others, when y'all started coming out with the what y'all could have done and what y'all didn't do and what lynch y'all went through, well, then y'all inserted yourselves.
Right.
And when y'all inserted yourselves, that made content creators go where they went. Because you're not going to come and give part of the story. Because in order for us to get the justice that this baby needs, we need all the story. And if it meant going down the rabbit hole, Shank Rock started the rabbit hole because every time he came on, this rabbit hole gets deeper and deeper. And every time we went down the rabbit hole, a new rabbit popped up. And y'all happen to be the rabbits. So you cannot get upset with content creators. You cannot feel a certain type of way when things are coming out here. I understand it may affect your mental and you're emotional about it, but that's your family. And it's not our fault that you're a part of that mess. You are a part of that mess. So I'm not going to pick and choose which one of the weirdos I'm going to call out in that family dysfunction because it's a whole lot of shit going on over there. And somebody knew. And I'm not going to say, well, this one knew and this one didn't know. Y'all all come from that same bloodline and it's a tainted mess.
Yeah, well,
so
let me
we
say
can't
this.
get mad. We cannot get mad with content creators for doing what we do because at the end of the day, the question still remains, where is Nazaya? And it became a problem for content creators because y'all started coming out here speaking on y'all personal business. Everything is me, I. What I did and what I didn't do, and nobody said shit about Nazaya. And that's when content creators like my damn self became very upset and very angry. Because here I am, I don't know Nazaya, but I felt it in my heart as if she was my own. And I felt that from looking at the way you guys moved. I was doing more in Louisiana than you all were doing in Detroit, and y'all were right there. I don't give a damn if Jesus Christ, and I love the Lord with all my heart. He could have came here and said, Mocha, stop looking. But I tell you what, Mocha would have never stopped looking. I don't give a damn. I'd have made all type of sacrifices. I would have kidnapped. Look, if Nazaya was in trouble, me, Mocha, I would have kidnapped her and took the goddamn charge. That's it, and that's all. But to sit there and see something and do nothing and wait on the system to fix it, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, Kawana, that y'all failed her. And I have to give it for what it is. Y'all all failed her. Regardless of what stance y'all took, y'all reported is true. I get that. And I'm going to respect y'all for reporting it. But to report it and sit it there and leave it there, y'all the problem.
So let me
Now,
respond to
I'm
that
not
if I
going to sit up
may.
here. I refuse to sit up here and say that.
And that's fine. You're welcome to your opinion, but am I able to respond?
Yeah, you will just as soon as I'm done. But I refuse to sit up here and say that. I refuse to sit up here and say Kenya is the problem, Rox is the problem. I refuse to say Annette, Jarvis, Shannon, Marquita is the problem. Y'all all partied together. Y'all all parlayed together. All y'all. Because whatever y'all come out of here and say y'all didn't do and didn't know, let me tell y'all something. Y'all beautiful cousins, them loggerhead twins. Every time y'all come out here and say what y'all didn't do and what y'all don't know, they come right back behind y'all and debunk y'all lies. Well, they were here. They know. So, okay, why would they say y'all know, but y'all keep saying that y'all don't know? So my thing is the passion that I have for Naziah, can't nobody take that away from me. And I'm not gonna let y'all feelings interfere with what I gotta do. Because whether it's Naziah or a little boy down the street, that's still a child that don't have a voice. And since the family don't want to do what's right and speak up for Naziah and try to get the justice that she deserved, because believe it or not, for what y'all have done, y'all got no results. But for what all these content creators have done, we done shook trees. We got people involved that y'all never even knew was involved. We got people watching these lives that y'all could have rushed out to a long time ago. It's been 2 years now that Naziah's been gone. And what have y'all done where it could say, well, the family has gotten this XYZ result? Y'all did nothing. Nothing. So if we're going to be honest, let's be honest.
Oh, we can be real honest if I can go ahead and respond.
Go ahead on. I'm done.
So you said we put the family business out. I'm going to start with everything you just said. We didn't put
But
any
that's
family
irrelevant.
business.
I don't want to talk about your
I
family
know.
business. I
I'm
want
just
to talk about
responding to
Naziah.
everything you
Naziah is
said.
what matters.
Absolutely, but I should have the right to respond to what you said.
But whatever
You
you're gonna
said
say,
that we put
Kawana,
the
you done
family
said that
business
already. You done
out.
said that on everybody's panel. You keep trying
We
to
never put
defend
the
your
family
family's
business
business.
out. We didn't put
Y'all
the
keep
family
trying to
business
defend.
out.
Let me
I
slide
just
in.
want to
Let me slide in.
respond because you let me come up here, Shake Rock, so I should have the
Right.
right to
That
respond.
that that's why I
That's
said
just point blank, period.
let me slide in. Let her respond, Mocha. Come on,
Sure, go ahead.
She said we put the family business out. So we keep going back from everything that I just said. We did not put the family business out. And then for 1 minute is you don't want to put the family business out. The next minute is y'all put the family business out. Like, which one is it? Really? We're not the ones that this is something that started with Roxy with everything being put out. Scammy Tammy. Scammy Tammy the psychic all over TikTok took advantage of many families. Started with this having Roxy go on these searches at all these houses and blame all these people that had nothing to do with Naziah. Scammy Tammy. She done this to a lot of families. Look her up on TikTok. It's many complaints. Okay, so that's how all the family business came out. We was coming out to defend ourselves solely after she got to saying that we had something to do with Naziah's murder. We suspects, y'all. So y'all didn't see all that. Okay, we spoke out on community network about those things, but the slander had already been done. The damage had already been done. We had been called suspects. We had been called everything under the sun only because we disagreed with things. So we didn't are the ones that went and put kids all on the internet and spoke about this, that, and other. That was not me and Janelle, and not at all. That's something that happened over there with them. Then um, you said that you did more in Louisiana than we did for Naziah. I beg to differ. We've been in big rooms with the big bosses at CPS, not the small fries. And matter of fact, we did that a few days before the video happened with Roxy saying that the kids were gone. We were in big rooms and we got proof of that. We just ain't put it all on the internet. We got something we doing on the 29th as well. We already expressed that. We're not sitting back doing nothing. So to say that is not fair. And to say that we failed her, well, guess what? I'll take that. I'll take that. It's a lot of people that failed her. But guess what? The numbers don't just make up the Harris family. So we can stop that narrative. The Black community is the highest rated community that has children as being SA and so on. We don't make up those numbers. Google it. So we can stop making this just our family problem. It's bigger than our family. That's something everybody gonna have to take recognition for and stop making it like this just a us thing. We just happen to be in the media. There's stars. I mean, we done heard about the Jacksons. We done heard about the Barges. We done heard about multiple stories with multiple situations like this. It ain't starting to stop with it at. But what I want to say is, if we failed her, the community failed her. The police failed her. A lot of people failed her. But at least we tried. We didn't sit back and not what you might call we didn't try. We didn't sit back and talk from a phone either. And we didn't sit back and talk on a screen. We got out here and we went to big rooms, to Mary Lee Smith, the police chief, you name it. We did all that.
I get all of that, Kawana, but regardless of who else you're saying failed her, it starts with y'all.
Yeah, well, you know what, Mocha? It starts with her parents. It starts with her parents. Say that. It starts with her parents. And guess what? I asked Lady to let me get the kids. I said that in the beginning of this conversation.
But since y'all didn't get the kids, when y'all asked,
The original agreements,
go
the
ahead.
original agreement of the original acts was that when Lady had her situation that she had, I was a lady, let me get the kids. Janelle, lady, let me get the kids. She chose her mother to get her children. Okay?
I
It
get it.
starts with her parents.
Right.
We ain't gonna
Her
just say,
parents did fail her. I agree with that. Her
okay,
parents
so
definitely failed her.
just
But
like we
listen,
tried now, just like we tried after, just like we tried prior to, we tried her before she even got the kids.
but
Before
Kawana,
her
we still have
grandmother
to be
got the
honest.
kids.
You have to be honest. Her parents failed her. But your aunt Annette abandoned her. So I don't know why y'all keep going around the bushes and jumping under trees and jumping over fences and skipping ditches, not to mention Annette.
No, we never skipped
Annette
ditches, and
failed
not
her.
to mention the net. Matter of fact, that's who we went to the police about, because they were saying that she ran away. How do you guys think this started? How do you guys think this started? The complaint was solely not just Shannon was lying, that Annette is lying. What? We never skipped around that. That's the reason why none of us is talking now. Because we stood up to say against the house, to say, no, that's a lie.
Well, my thing is,
It wasn't that we got into it with them and then we decided to come out, because I heard that narrative too. No, we went against them, and that's how we all got into it.
well, I'm just gonna say my final piece and I'm done. But my thing is this, and I have to give you what's in my heart right now. My thing with all of this is this, and I hope you're listening. Yes, Annette abandoned Naziah. Annette abandoned a lot of children prior to Naziah, and you know it to be factual because that's your family. But then we also have to look at it this way, Kawana. It's deeper than Annette. It's bigger than Naziah. It's a whole lineage. It's a whole lineage. So accept, once you accept that Annette, mama and daddy wasn't shit, the people before her wasn't shit, we wouldn't be here today. And I'm gonna call a thing because a thing is truly a thing when it comes to Naziah. Naziah paid an ultimate price for the dirty deeds that was going on within that family bloodline. Now we have to be totally honest here. And when we're talking about, we all have to come together and save these children. It starts in the home first. And if the home is jacked up, what the hell could the rest of the community do? Because y'all want to sit up there and y'all want to take all them family secrets and brush them under the rug. That don't heal the brokenhearted. That don't stop abuse from going on. That don't stop little children from being touched. And it appears that y'all whole family has been touched for years. So until y'all acknowledge that, take that shit to a therapist somewhere and get it fixed, y'all gonna forever have this fight. Because if Annette don't get chastised and the other family members with this same ass problem don't get chastised. We're gonna be back here discussing this same shit at another time in life. So we can't keep protecting the monsters. Just like Eric Gamble, y'all make every excuse in the world for this man.
Ain't no
And
y'all. I didn't
y'all
make
know
no
he's
excuse for
wrong as
nobody. It's not
hell.
a y'all. Stop saying y'all. Y'all didn't do anything. I'm
But
not
but
gonna
you, but you
allow. I'm not.
understand.
Listen, listen,
But you
listen. With all
understand
due
where I'm
respect,
going with
I'm
it
about to
though.
go ahead and drop down because what we not finna do. Just because y'all have panels, I'm not gonna allow you to disrespect me. I'm not gonna allow you to say y'all. Ain't no y'all. You never heard Kiwana
But I'm
sit on
speaking
no,
on I'm
but
speaking on
nothing,
your
Mocha. You
oh.
never heard Kiwana sit on the panel and you keep saying y'all. Every time somebody speak on air, y'all got a habit of saying y'all. The only person you heard sit on a panel and take up for Eric, say the name, say her name. It was Kenya and Marquita. That's who you heard. Ain't no y'all. Stop fitting us in they box. You didn't hear us take up for nobody.
Okay, but if
I
you're not,
said
but
that
if you, but if
I
you're
said
not
what it
taking
was.
up for,
I said that I told what it was. As far as me, I said I cannot lie to y'all. He's never did this to me. I don't. What y'all want me to lie and say he did something to me that he didn't? I said,
but
but when it
even
comes
if
to
he,
essay, I don't play about essay no matter who it is. That's what I said.
but
So
even
don't
if
say
he has not
y'all.
done it to you, you could be as
You're
argumentative as
saying
you
y'all
want.
though. You're
As
saying y'all.
you can be as argumentative as you want,
I'm not
ma'am.
being
But the
argumentative. I'm
thing
just
is,
telling you to correct
you're
yourself.
telling me,
You're
and I'm
saying
not.
y'all.
Believe
I'm
me,
not
I'm not
gonna
trying.
allow you to put something on me that didn't happen
I'm
because
not
you
trying
feel
to.
it's okay.
No, no, no. All
Shank,
I'm
I'm gonna
saying is,
go ahead and let
all,
you finish out your panel because I didn't come on here
all I'm
first and
saying is this.
foremost
All I'm
to
saying is this. I heard you
I'm
say.
not the punching bag. That's what
I
I'm
heard
not.
you say he didn't do it to you,
I
right?
said he didn't do it to me. That's what I
But it's
said.
okay that he did it to others in the
I
family,
never
right?
said it was okay. Oh, me saying he did it to me and it was okay. Now you're putting words in my mouth.
No, but you never
That's
acknowledged
not
it
what you
either.
heard me say. You're
You
saying what
never
you're saying.
acknowledged and you
You're
never
saying
denied.
what you're
Yes,
saying, not what
ma'am.
Kiwana said.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. I
You're
got you.
saying what you said, not what Kiwana said.
Well, Kawana, who got a hold on y'all in
You
that
said
family?
y'all
Because of
said
every time I
that
mention
conversation
Eric
was had
Gamble's
with two
name,
people
this is where we
that
go.
said that,
Yeah.
not Kiwana. Now, if we gonna be honest, be honest.
But every time his name comes up, this is what we get. An argument.
Right. Every time his name come up, you get an argument. That's not true. You're getting an argument because you said y'all, and I'm
Let me slide.
correcting your y'all.
Let
You
me
can't
slide
say
in.
y'all, and when you say y'all, you're automatically saying me.
Let me just slide in. And Kiwana, you don't have to answer these questions, but I just got two questions pertaining.
With all due respect, Shane, if we gonna sit on this panel and think that it's okay to throw punches at Kiwana and Kiwana can't respond, I'm gonna go ahead and drop on down because I came on here to solely address the conversation being had prior to me coming on here. And
Right.
that was we're not gonna keep on lying and trying to make it like we're the bad guys
But hold on, Shane.
because it's convenience.
You can't keep thinking that you hitting our panels and we owe you
Honey, I'm
anything.
not hitting anything. When I
You
came on
don't
your
run
panel hit
nothing.
request is
You
because you
don't
was
run
over there
nothing. You I can
lying
say, and I'm
and
gonna keep
saying what
calling
you
you
were
bug.
saying. And you're not gonna lie.
Y'all ladies, I
You're
have
not
to
gonna lie on
hold,
me.
hold up, Keon. I'm muting y'all because I have to say what I'm about to say. Now, I do have two questions for you, Kiwana. It's pertaining to Eric Gamble. You don't have to answer them if you don't want to. All right. I just had one question. The first question is, have you ever been inappropriate touched by Eric Gamble?
I already answered that. He's never touched me.
Okay. Do you know of anybody in the family that he may have touched?
I do not.
Okay.
I can't tell y'all something I can't make a lie of truth.
Okay.
I said he's never touched me, and I said I do not play about essay. That's what I said. I said no matter who it is. I don't know what else y'all want me to say. But to put me in a box and say y'all every time y'all, that's saying I did something I did not do. So because we got YouTube channels, I'm gonna allow y'all to disrespect me and lie on me. That don't make no sense. I'm a grown woman. I'm a human being first. Either we gonna say what it is, or we're not gonna say nothing. And with all due respect, if I'm on your panel, then they supposed to give all due respect. She keeps saying I disrespected Miss Parker. I came on Miss Parker live, and before I came on there, Miss
I don't
Parker
care
was
nothing
calling
about
us
that.
everything under the sun.
Talk
You was
about it.
calling us everything under the
Wait a minute,
sun,
Parker.
and I didn't even know you was. I didn't even know you was. So when I came on your panel, I was like, wow. After I was told, I said, oh wow. And then when I was on her panel, two other women came on there and they were being disrespectful. So I'm just supposed to shut up? Are y'all serious? Like, be for real.
All right, stay right there,
No way.
Kiwana, because I'm gonna hold you for last, Kiwana. Survivor speaks. Is it any last words
I
you
don't
want to
have any
say?
more answers for anyone because I
No.
don't appreciate the
I'm just gonna
disrespect.
Goodbye.
Hold tight, y'all. Hold tight, man. Man, don't make me start calling y'all some funky asses. All right, now this is my platform. This is my panel. Let me control it. All right. Now I'm gonna give everybody an opportunity to speak their last words, and then we're gonna get out of here. Kiwana, I'm gonna say you for last. Any last words? Survivor speaks.
Yeah, Kiwana, I do understand that this is something that is happening in African American families where they, things like this happen and it gets swept under the rug. But in this case is about Naziah Harris. So unfortunately, your family has had to be looked at because this generational curse needs to be broken. And by some of the family members, I don't know what you are not saying by, but some of the family members just seem like they are making excuse after excuse after excuse after excuse. And so, just like you're saying about the African American family, that could have been left out because this is about Naziah Harris. And unfortunately, the characters in her family appear to be, PDFs. That's all I got to say.
Appreciate
Yeah,
you, Survivor.
I said that to say that our family don't make up the numbers. It's a very high number of children that's suffering what Naziah suffered and the other children suffered. It wasn't about me trying to be funny. It's about me saying facts because that is facts. It's absolutely facts. It can be Googled.
All right. Any last words, Miss Parker?
Nah, I'm probably gonna lie. So, I'm just saying, we ain't heard nothing about where Naziah is, where she could be, nothing. You know what I'm
So
saying?
you
So,
expect for me to tell you
there you
something?
go.
Hold
You
tight,
muted me.
Kenya.
You muted me. You muted me.
Hold tight, Kenya. I'm gonna give you your last words. Kenya, hold tight. I'm gonna give you your last words. Go ahead and finish, Miss Parker.
This was about coming for content creators that speak about desire. Shout out to Copiece for that good live. Shout out to her for setting the blueprint. Mocha, I appreciate you always. Nothing but much respect, my sister. Keep doing what you're doing. I respect you and everything you're doing for this baby as well. For Kiwana to disrespect me and said I was being slick, and then she said she's grieving. My thing is get off this red app and go grieve. Get off this red app and go grieve. Because if I'm grieving, and when I grieve my mother, I wasn't on this app, and that was my mother. It didn't happen. Just cancer. And I wasn't on this app. I didn't care what nobody had going on, what nobody said, no, none of that. So if you truly grieving and y'all ain't got the process, take your ass and go process and grieve.
And take your
What I
ass to
say is
your
what I
panel.
say. Yeah. My last words.
Yeah, take your ass to your panel.
My last words.
Finish up, Miss Parker. Kenya, I'm gonna bring you back up. Stay where you at. But y'all gotta let me run this panel how I run this panel. And it goes for everybody. When somebody is speaking, y'all can't butt in. Y'all gotta let them speak their piece. I'm going to come to you and let you get everything off your chest that you need. I'll bring you back up, Kiwana, after I let Miss Parker and Mocha get their last words. Finish up, Miss Parker.
Yeah, and the title is Why is the Harris Family Mad at Content Creators? Again, it's strictly about where Naziah is. If her focus is truly Naziah doing what they did again, that's what Copiece's live started off as, them always saying what they did first. And that's all we mostly heard, what they did first, debunking shit that's in black and white when we got it. And I ain't even going to show it because I'm like, Mocha, what we got is what we got. What we know is what we know. And the fact that you was there hearing out of their mouths that the kids is gone and to still spread the, you know what I'm saying? For them, it's for them to believe. I'm not here to tell them to believe nothing. We know what it is. You know what I'm saying? It's justice for Naziah Harris, nothing but Purple Hearts. And salute to you, Shank. And if I, you know what I'm saying, disrespected your platform, Shank, I apologize
No,
because
you
you know
good.
me how you run it. You know what I'm
You
saying?
good.
But it's all of that. You know what I'm saying? You could have addressed me over there. Don't even address me. I don't rock switch. I don't care what I said at the beginning. When I see lies from any of y'all, I'm gonna call it out. And y'all bought it to YouTube, and you keep and the sickest part of the time, we ain't the only family, but this is one of the biggest cases right now. Is where's Naziah? We not worried about nothing else. We talk about other cases. But the focus is if we could find her or where her body is, that's the focus, Shane. Period, point blank. Period, point blank. All this back and forth. Miss Parker don't like me. Miss Parker said she like, okay, I don't. Let's just kill it with that. I don't. I don't. Once you lie, and it's about a 13-year-old child. And I'm out. Salute, Mocha.
Appreciate you, Miss Parker.
Salute, sis.
Get your last words out, Mocha.
Shane, first, let me just say thank you for giving me an opportunity to be on your platform tonight. And I said what I said. I'm not going to retract none of what I said. Our passion for this baby is deep. Naziah has become a household name all across America. And if strangers can have the passion, the time, and put out resources to find out where this baby is, it hurts me to my core to see the family come out here and do the things that they do. And when they do come, Shane, their conversation has nothing to do with Naziah. Their conversation is all about them. And it's not about them, if you ask me. It's about Naziah. Until this very day, we have no answers. Nobody seems to know where Naziah is, but they know. They know. And there's no way I'm going to have a family member that got all of this going on. And somebody, and y'all communicate, and somebody don't know something. I'm not buying it. I'm going to stand on what I stand on. I'm going to feel how I feel, and I'm going to continue doing what I do when it comes to Naziah. And that's it. That's all. And God bless you, Shane. God bless the chat. And like Miss Parker said, I'm out.
I appreciate you, Mocha.
You're welcome.
All right. The floor is yours, Kiwana. Any last words?
I mean, it is what it is, Shank. You damned if you do, you damned if you don't. I can get on here and be nice. I can say roses are red, violets are blue. It's not gonna matter. They're gonna say what they say and feel how they feel. As I said, don't put me in the same box as everybody else. They keep saying y'all did this, y'all did that, and it's not true. And again, my whole reason of even making a comment is clearly because I was hearing things that weren't right, weren't correct. You know, you don't get to just say stuff about people and just say it just because it's something you feel. If you're gonna say it, I would think that you would have the respect for somebody else to at least make sure it's from an honest place. And I've heard none of it from an honest place. And not only that, but if you go to Miss Parker's lives, you'll see for the last 5 days, or even more than that. I mean, she has been blatantly disrespecting us. And her reason is what? Because you think you may know have a possibility of you thought that don't make no sense. I debuke everything she said because it needed to be. We weren't at the party, so you cussing us out about being at a party. Boom, you're wrong for that. You're cussing us out about knowing something and doing nothing. Boom, you're wrong for that. Because guess what? I said when I knew. She said when she knew. She over there saying we all knew. We all, just all kind of craziness. If this is about Naziah, it's not supposed to be a big place of gossip. Nobody's talking about what we gonna do next. We've asked for support multiple times. Nobody's came to Detroit. Nobody showed up at Nan nothing. Nan nothing. So it's one thing to sit back and have a conversation on your YouTube, and that's fine. But when you start talking about what you doing, and no disrespect, Shank, but this just you just got to take this as being real. Nothing that's said on these podcasts is gonna get anybody convicted. Am I right or wrong?
Some say yeah, some say no.
Not at
So
all.
I would say I don't know. I'm gonna say I don't know.
It's not.
Okay.
It's not. It's not.
But do
It's
it
not.
help?
It's not
Let,
substantial
let, let,
evidence for them to
okay.
go off hearsay or
Let me
because somebody saying this and somebody saying that. It's
let me
not.
just slide in, Kiwan. Do you think it helped?
Some for the content creators that's actually doing this with the concern for Naziah that hey, that's actually coming to the city, showing up in the city, doing, you know what I'm saying? That's a different conversation, Shank. But just to go back and yell in your screen because you don't like somebody and say all kind of lies, that's not cool. That's not. If that's the content you creating, then good luck. How long is that gonna last? You know, I'm not the only one that said the things that I'm saying. It's a lot of people that feel the way I feel. Like, wait a minute, how you go from saying you about this and you about that, and then dogging people out for no reason simply because you don't like them? I said what I said. That she was not. She had no problems with what we were saying, and not only that, when we got off of Mocha Live about what was going on with SD, she went straight to her live and named it. What was it? Uh, Let's get ready to rumble. Like we was about to watch Muhammad Ali or something like that. One of the greatest or something like that. What? And you had absolutely nothing to do with the conference. Nobody mentioned you at all.
Let me take these super chats real quick. Britt says SA is very high in the African American community, but let's not act like being 13, pregnant by your uncle, and unalive is the same. Lady J says, thank you, Shank, Miss Parker, Mocha, Cold Peace, panel, chat for everyone to continue to search for Naziah. Thank you all, justice for Naziah. Appreciate those super
Well,
chats.
Britt, what I got to say about Britt is she probably need to go check her uncle. Because for her to sit up here and say, my uncle Jarvis is not my uncle, you know, she always got something nasty to say in the comments. So I can expect that from her. Miss Nasty, that don't do nothing but type, haven't done anything. Listen, Shank, for people that's actually wanting to, that's supporting and actually showing up to do something, my hat go off to them. If the concern is actually Naziah, my hat go off to them. For the people that just want to be messy and have something to say, you know, but the typing gangsters, come on now, come on. You know, just like her little comment that your uncle, she know Jarvis not our uncle. You messy, but she in every comment with something to say, with nothing else to
As
do, but type.
because I labeled it, you know, why is the family mad at the content creator? Your honest opinion. Your honest opinion. Do you think we should just, you know, maybe every now and then talk about Naziah or just let the courts handle it? How do you feel about that? You think as content creators, we should just let the courts handle it?
I'm gonna say, here's the thing. Ask yourself this question, Shank. If when we go to court, now this just me saying something, so nobody go back and spin off.
And keep it
When we go
real.
to court,
Keep it real. You can be real with me. Keep it real.
when we go to court, if everything that they done said is found to be the complete opposite, how they gonna feel? Just like you said, how I'm gonna feel. How they gonna feel if we go to court and they have all evidence and they have stuff we don't even know about to say this is what we going on? You know, not we're just going on the text messages and it is no, that's a part of the evidence. That people don't understand court how court goes. That was the preliminary, just to get the case bonded over. You still got trial. Trial is to get the conviction. Hello, you know how much stuff is about to be said at trial? It's stuff about to come out at trial. That's what we waiting to see. But common sense is not that common, or we wouldn't even have to say this. People would already, you know, if you get it, you get it. You know, I know it's plenty people behind that watch these. You know, oh well, they default cases, the family default cases. They know exactly where I'm coming from without even saying it. They already know because that is what trial is about. But what I'm not going to do is sit around another year and let people just say whatever they want to say. That's not what we're going to do, because it's not right. I'm sure I can, if we all put our families out there, sure, this is about Naziah, but everybody want to get on here and act like they don't have no mess in their family. And I know that's a lie. That's a doggone lie. It's all kind of mess in everybody's family. And that's my thing, Shank. Like I said, I'm coming over here to disrespect people. No, that's not true. But I'm being disrespected. We're being disrespected. You can't just say, oh, well, Janelle let this happen and Kiwana let that happen and think we just gonna sit back and we just supposed to let that be said, because that's an assumption.
Do you think we'll be shocked when it comes time for trial, as far as the content creators? And I'm sure you probably don't get around to all of the content creators, but for the ones that you do get a chance to hear, do you think we'll be shocked when it comes time for trial and things come out that we ain't have a clue of?
I think that if I think that they have a lot of stuff. I really do. And I'm just waiting to see what they have. What that lot of stuff is, I don't know. I really don't.
Do you think it's bigger than Jarvis? Because all of us feel like it's bigger than Jarvis. Do you think it's bigger than Jarvis?
I mean, we could feel our feelings not gonna get nothing done. I can feel a lot of stuff. I absolutely can. When I sit back and my mind can go all kind of places. That's what the brain do. The brain says this scenario, that scenario. We crossed every T and every dotted every I. Everything that y'all ever mentioned on any podcast, we went to the investigator to say, could it be this? Could it be that? Can you do this? Can you see about that? And we were told we done been down that road. We done did that. It's stuff that they don't even know that's happened. Like, it's searches that they don't know about. And that ain't, toot nobody horn. It's just being honest. So we're waiting to see what they have as well. We're waiting to see what they got, because we're waiting to see, can we give closure to what's going on here, and us wanting closure for Naziah. Are we getting complete justice? Who and after that, who else? We waiting like everybody else is waiting, and we waiting even harder because we're a family. If
I'm gonna
people
read
keep
this.
saying, oh, well, y'all acting like we're not supposed to care and we're not supposed to be concerned with Naziah. Nobody said that. But to be concerned with Naziah is one thing, but to disrespect the actual family members that tried, whether they want to consider it try or not, that's just what it is. That's blatantly disrespectful.
Let me read this last super chat, and then I got one more thing that I want to hear from you. And I allowed Marquita to speak on this, and I allowed Kenya, and I'm gonna allow it to you also. Appreciate this super chat, Alicia. Great live, Shank. Y'all the messies of the mess. Appreciate that. So, in closing remarks, what would you like to clear up that social media has wrong about you, Kiwana?
Well, Kiwana's not mean. Kiwana's passionate. You're not gonna just keep poking me and think that I'm just gonna sit back and let you poke me. That's bullying. And bullying, it comes in many forms. Cyberbullying is a real thing. And we've been experiencing that far too much. And it's ridiculous. Okay? To sit and talk about a case and facts of a case is totally different than cyberbullying people. Um So that's really one of the things that I'm clearing up. I'm not disrespectful at all. I don't like to be disrespected. Respect isn't just you giving from me. You have to give me respect as well, and respect is returned. You know.
Well, Kiwana, I appreciate you for pulling up. You didn't have to pull up, so I appreciate you for pulling up.
Oh, I want to also clear this up, Shane. I
Go
want
ahead.
everybody to go check out Scammy Tammy on TikTok.
What's
See how
that?
many They keep talking about that, like there was Miss Parker kept showing what Tammy has been saying, and she said she was just saying this the other day. The psychic Tammy said that me and Janelle was crying and distorted when she was talking to us, and Nazaya said, "Oh, I wanted y'all to help me. Why didn't y'all help me?" Child, we talking about a psychic that the internet is known for being a scam and has messed over many families. She was working with Roxy. She's never worked with us. Okay, she was asking us for answers to her questions, and we were like, "Well, you're the psychic," you know. And that was only because she asked for somebody else to speak to in the family because her and Roxy fell out. Once Roxy came off Indiana with those guys that were being accused of Nazaya's murder. She told Roxy to go on Indiana because red rum had happened from some guys and they had kidnapped Nazaya and her body and her blood was in the vehicle. And so that's when she went over there and blah blah blah. And then her and Roxy fell out. Those videos have been removed from her page. And so her and Roxy fell out, and she said she wanted to speak to another family. So Janelle reached out to her or something or the other. Just, she is psychic. We want to hear what she had to say. And that's when she got to saying the things that she said. But never was we talking about, that was all lies. But that's what she known for, being a scam. So why go talk about something? And I commented in the comments, look up Scammy Tammy. I've said it multiple times. If we telling you this lady is scam, when we giving you where you can go look to find that what we're saying is true, you still talking about it? That don't make no sense. That's being messy. Scammy Tammy.
Make
That's
sure
what they
y'all go
call
check
her.
out Scammy Tammy.
Scammy Tammy. On TikTok. Many families have been hurt by her. There's families reaching out to Janelle to say, this is what she did to me. This is how she did me. So then she go back on the panel, on her panel, Nazaya asked off for help. What? That's an assumption. First of all, Nazaya never told her she was being abused by or any of that was going on.
Wow.
So that's a lie. But to go off something that this so-called psychic said, psychics solve cases. FBI and police work with actual gifted people, and they've actually solved cases. Okay, but just for somebody to come and say, it's a lot of people chasing the bag off this Nazaya story, and that's just it's as real as I can put it. Sad. But that's again, common sense isn't that common. That's common sense. You can't just tell me anything. And so there's that. Tammy's a scam. So we can stop talking about that. Will be great. Or they may can continue, but now that we know she's a scam, it don't make sense to continue not do it. Then Miss Parker was saying on her panel, oh, what about what Sierra said? I already cleared that up. That's my sister. Yes, it is. And I cleared up that I didn't know nothing about what she was saying happened to her until she was an adult. I done said that multiple times. In fact, OSD played it I don't know how many times on her panel. So we already talked about that. But she was an adult when I found that out. And she still and always have had a close relationship with them. But she was over there saying, oh, Kiwana ain't help her sister. This is what your girl was over there saying. That's an assumption. Right is right and wrong is wrong. And I know, you're going to take up for your woman. I don't expect nothing else. But at the end of the day, right is right and wrong is wrong. If you sat on your panel and said something like that about somebody, and this person had already told you facts, you wrong. You wrong. That's hearsay. Because everybody seen what it was. For
All right,
those that know. So there's
Kiwana.
that.
Once again, I appreciate you. I appreciate you for pulling up. Maybe in the future you could pull back up. I mean, my panel is
Well, you know
always
what? I'm going to
open
start
for
going
you.
live because the
Okay.
people need to hear truth. You know, we don't plan on sitting back letting everybody just keep saying what they want to say. If it's something that needs to be addressed that's important, it will get addressed. Other than that, we're still in movement for Nasiah. If anybody want to come out and go to any of these meetings and sit in the right rooms where people catch a flight, come on down. You know, stop typing and saying I'm concerned with Nasiah, because being concerned with Nasiah, it means more than just typing on your phone and yelling in your screen. That is not getting any justice for Nasiah at all.
And make sure you get me the link. I will help you with your platform. Salute everybody. Ms. Parker, get ready.
I'll do even better than that, Shank. We'll send you some links.
Okay.
As far as what we are doing, as far as
Okay.
help for Nasiah, for to be thorough investigations done for everybody
Okay.
that was involved or possibly. Okay, so that's what we're doing. We're doing stuff that need to be done. So when we show up, it's not because that's all we got to do or all we doing, but some things just need to be addressed. So I will drop, if you got an email, I can send you a link and you welcome
Yeah.
to share it. And those that really want to get something done can do it.
Follow me on Instagram. Follow me on Instagram, Kiwana.
Okay, we'll do.
All right, Kiwana. I'll talk to you then.
All right, we'll do. We'll be up there soon too.
All right.
All right now.